Okay, I think I've started recording.
Yep.
Okay, so now starting with that, the first thing we need to do is to go to our AWS console as I've done. So let's go to our ODS and create our database. So here I will just show the process in which you create a database. I've already created the database which we'll be using because it will take time for it to spin up. So I don't want to take long of our time. So I want it to be brief. So that's why I've done that. But anyway, I explained for some people that have issue with it how we go about this and why we need to do this and why we need to select some features in it. So why is this spinning up? Just a moment to change my internet. Okay, so can you hear me?
Have you refreshed? Okay.
Okay, so now let's go to our database. I quickly need to switch my internet. Okay, so this is the database I created. Let's just try to walk through the creation process. That will be very brief. So when we do this, we choose the standard create. Then we go to select Postgres. Then we go to the free tie because we want to use the free tie. Then because I've created one, just give me a random name. So I just use the random way for database one. So you can decide to use your own name. So this is my username. I just use this as username and you put in the password. Then all this default is okay. You can use the default VPN. Then here, because we want people to upload, so the public access will be yes. So we select yes to give it a public access. So after giving it public access, then others will be, others will be defaults. Then we create a database. So that's how we go about that. Then next we go to our S3. So we create our S3 bucket. So that's spinning. So I've created a bucket initially and I think I tested it. So if you look at the bucket, you see some things I've uploaded in it. But if you create your bucket, you don't need to see anything there. It's because I tried to upload something in the bucket. That's why you can see these dots. Then go to bucket, you create a new bucket. So when you create your bucket, you give it a name, a very unique name. Then after you do that, then don't block all public access. Just remove all public access. The reason is because when you want to create your course policy, you might not be able to create it. So you create the bucket. So once you create the bucket, you give it permission. So I'll just go to the one I created. So not to waste our time, I think we can do this. So this is the bucket I created. So under the permission, we go to our bucket policy. So you can just generate this bucket policy. So this is the bucket policy, and this is a course origin resources that put it is going to allow course origin. So as this is being done, then the next thing, let me just open our LDS. I think I've not started my LDS. Let me check. So the next thing we are going to do now is we are going to start the project. Let me check my LDS if I start the database. Okay, it stopped. So let me just start my database. So starting. So as that is going on, then we all have the project. So what I try to do is I try to download the project and I put it on my GitHub. So for easy access, so you can just clone it directly from there, or you download it, then start with the project. So that we're pushing through it every time and we'll be making some adjustments. So that's why I put it in a different repo. So I can paste this on the group chat. So you can either fork the project or you download it or you clone it. Let me paste it to the chat. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm using another different screen. Okay. Where is my other screen? Sorry, I'm navigating between different screens. So oh gosh, sorry. So I'll paste this, or something. Can you? Okay, don't worry, I got it.
What are you trying to do?
I want to paste the link into the, so you can just run the
Okay,
project
the
from
link
there
of
from
the
scratch.
repo. Don't worry. Go ahead. I'll do that. I have it already ready. I have it already.
So now this is it. I have tried to clone the project, so I have it on my local machine. So now we can go to the project. So this is the project. I've tried to open it on my local machine. So as you can see, this is the project. So you can just clone the project just as this. Then so now we start with everything. So the first thing we are going to do is to set our environment variables. So the environment variable is also in the folder. So you have to put it with our own variable. So now the first thing I will say is don't push your environment variable to Git. Always put it in Git ignore. I've already done that. If you can see in Git ignore, you see that my environment variable is already in Git ignore. So if I push now, it won't be visible on Git. So always make sure your environment variable is not pushed. But for the purpose of this, because we'll be doing a recording, I will put my environment variable. I will try to remove it I will remove it from my Git, because a lot of the environment variable will not be available after the recording. So I will just put it there. So for people that want to reference it and see how it's being used, because I see that a lot of people make mistakes, especially when it comes to this AWS bucket. You just use only the bucket name. You don't use the RNS or RAN. So some people get issue with it when they want to upload towards the end. So
yeah,
these are
Shagun, I think one thing that we should mention is the command on how to, you mentioned for them to not push their environment variables to Git.
Okay, yeah. So I will still put it there. So I'll teach everyone on how to do that now. So
all right.
So now let's go to our environment variable. So now we have put the environment. These are environment variable. This is the Postgres username. So when we try to, come on. So when we go to our database, when we created the other time, my username was Postgres, if you could remember. So is this still starting? So now, okay. So I'm trying to refresh the web page since my network is messing. Okay. So one thing I want us to know is once we can get this monolith aspects right, then the others is the smallest thing. The hardest part of this project is making your monolith application working and uploading on it. If you can get that done, then you are done with this project. So I will teach you the trick and everything about this thing. So this is our endpoint, our RDS endpoint, as it is in our environment variable. This is the endpoint. So this is the username we use in creating our database, and this is the username, this is the password. So now, because people used to make mistakes in this, the database we are using is Postgres. That's why we should put Postgres here. So if you are using MySQL, what you put here is MySQL, not Postgres or any other thing. So what you put there is Postgres. So now these days, AWS always put the bucket name only, don't put the endpoints there. So AWS, we are using our default profile because we have already, okay, I think I should mention this too. Okay, I will mention it after this. So the reason why we are using default here, because people just put it there, they don't know why. So I will explain every damn thing we are doing in this project and why is it like that. So now this JWT secret is like our SSH secret we are using. So we are using as a testing. That's why we put it there. And this is a local host that we are using. So now our environment variable is set. So before we move on now, we want to explain something. So if you want to do this project, it is recommended that you create an IAM user and get your access key. So you're able to be able to configure it with your AWS, but your what am I calling? Your code console. So you configure the AWS access key into your environment that you are using, your maybe VS Code or Virtual Studio, anyone you are using. So through that is where you deploy your Kubernetes cluster. Because if you deploy Kubernetes cluster on the console, you are going to get a lot of issue. And reason is because for you to deploy Kubernetes cluster, you need a root user or an IAM user.
Yeah.
But the account we have is a federated account. So it doesn't have that permission to do that. So if you create it from the console, you'll be getting permission error or you'll be getting different errors like that. So that's why I always advise people from the beginning, try to what? To configure your access key. So let's go to IAM. And one thing, some people make some mistake. They create like 5 IAM and they are trying to create another IAM user and it's not going. Yes, it won't because you can, for this federated, you can only use 5 IAM user, don't mind me. So you can see I've configured one and the name is Ade and I give it administrator access. So when I give it administrator access, you see, so this one is not necessary, but I just put the access there. So this is the permission that is most important. So that being said, let's go back to our code. So now, the first thing we do, since we have done our environment variable, the first thing, another thing, although I've done this, I'll just show you what we do. So we are going to the project fully now. You have to source your environment variable, like put it inside your folder, let it know the environment variable, let it be able to see. So that's why we are doing that. So when we do source, what's the name of environment variable? set_env.sh. I've already done this, so it doesn't matter anyway. So once you source it, that means your environment variables is registered inside this platform that you are using. So anytime you use it, it's going to work. So whenever you open another terminal, make sure you do that, except another way you can do it is if you save it in your profile, in your default profile. That's another way you can do it. So there is a code I wrote, I think I wrote down. Let me check it. So now, if you want to make it not visible to if you want to hide it from Git, which is very important, if you don't want to put it on GitHub, so you are going to do git remove. So that's the meaning of this one. I say git remove every cache that is being stored. Sorry, this is not underscore. So remove every cache that is stored, because when you do the source, you store it inside the cache. Do you understand? So that's why we are using this command. So you store it inside a cache. So now tell you the git that should remove the cache that is being stored for this environment variable env.sh. So that's why we use this.
I think for those of us who might be confused, cache or cache, I don't know, British, American,
I don't know,
whichever
British
one,
American.
Whether it's cache or cache, but you know, cache, like CACHE, cache. So please go ahead.
So I've done it before, so let me just do it again. So this is it. Then after you have done that, it has removed it from the cache or cache or whatever you call it. So
at least nobody is left behind anymore.
So now what we want to do is, I want to echo it. Okay, show me that it has been. Now echo this environment variable. Like the meaning of it is like show me this environment variable that is being pushed. This one means that is not, this double command means you push it after you keep going there. Because sometimes you might decide to change the environment variable. You know, when we want to open a new terminal now, you have to run a catch again. Maybe if you don't make it in, if you don't put it in your global terminal, you have to do this again. So what you are telling this that every time you should just be pushing it into Git. That's why we use double. Why not single? So that's why we use this. So you can just go to Git ignore. So something I've already done it, so I don't really need to do this. So I'm just explaining so we understand why we are doing this and what we are doing. So that being said, we have set our environment variable. I think we are up. But note, this environment variable is not my environment. I've changed this. These are just changes. Oh, I set it. Okay. I think I set it in this terminal. Okay, so I just changed it because you know how we're pushing it to Git before. So people will not come and hijack it and spin off instances on my AWS console. That's why I changed it here. So let me check for the terminal in which I change it. Okay. Yeah. I think that's this where let me check. This is the terminal I use it. Let me just close that terminal. Okay. So that it won't affect. Okay, I think it's yeah. That is let me just check. Okay, I think it's this terminal. Let me just close this terminal. Because it will register this new environment variable inside my terminal. I'm not using this environment because I've changed my password today and my username. So pending the time we finish this. Okay, so that being done now, let's go to our application now. Let's start it. Now, starting this application now, the first thing we need to do is start with our backend. As I said earlier, if you can get the monolith working perfectly, then you are done with this project. You don't need to disturb yourself. I'll teach you how you're going to go about this. So now let's CD into our backend, which is our Udagram API. So these are our backend, these are front end. So let's CD into our Udagram API. Oh, I'm writing somewhere else. Damn. CD Udagram API. So after we CD inside the Udagram API, the first thing we should do is to clear your cache or cache or whatever you might call it. And the reason is because when you are doing installation, maybe you do npm install on your system, there's some installation that is going to store in the cache. So when you are doing a new installation, because it's already in the cache, it won't install it. So you just take the one you have in your cache and use it. And that's kind of very dangerous because there are some packages that is not compatible with nodes. But before then, let me show you the node version I'm using. So yeah, I'm using node version 16.16.0. So that's the reason why you need to clear your cache before you do anything. So npm clear cache force. Do I still remember the command? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Let me just go to my
dash force, I think. It's dash force, I think.
Did that? Let me I think I put one dash. I think I put a documentation here so we can just go through the documentation. Okay. So it will both be easier to dash first. Let me just it's not good to copy code, so always type it out. So
you should tell them why. You should tell them why.
Because
the chances that you make an error when copying are greater.
Exactly.
You might have spaces. You might leave spaces when you copy. But when you type.
npm. Oh, I'm writing cake now. Can you see?
It's a cake.
Okay. So now let me just close this. I'll be using more of command line, so don't mind me. So now everything is clear. So since everything is clear now, we are in our backend now. Let's do npm install. So now we are doing the npm install now. So when we are doing our npm install, let's first go to what is happening with our npm install. So this is our backend. Let me go to my package.json. What am I trying to do? So I'm trying to install these dependencies in which I'm going to use. But normally people will do npm install space dots. But I'm doing just npm install, and I'm very sure this should work. But if it doesn't work, we're going to change. And the reason is because I've cleared my cache. If I've not cleared my cache, I'm going to get an error when I do npm install. So that's why you say, okay, npm install, then space dots, then you get your dependencies and install it. So this shouldn't take time. So this is what we are going to do. Then we are going to run our environment, which is this. Like I used to say, what does this really means? So this means we are using a TypeScript node and we are trying to run the environment with this. This is the code that actually spin up the environment. Then this command means to compile what we have. Is there an error? So that's what this command is doing, to compile the whole code. And which code are we compiling? The one in our server.ts. So if you get error in this, then what you should know that is in your server. So this has finished installing. Like I said, can you see I just use npm install and install. So let's do our npm run dev. So let's start our backend. So let's see. So it is initializing the connection to our database. So now our backend is running perfectly. Then let's go to another terminal. So yeah, let's cd into our front end. Oh, what's the name? Diagram front end, sorry. So like we did earlier, npm let's clear the cache. So now, yeah, we have to force our dependencies. And the reason is because we are using Ionic. And Ionic dependencies are kind of not compatible with everything. So we have to force the installation to install. So let's do npm run, npm install force. So this will take longer time. And why would that be? Because if you check our package.json, we have a lot of dependencies that is going to install. So it's really going to take time, but just a little time. You said what? Do you have a question? Let me check the chat. Someone's asking that got an error when running my API. You mean the Udacity API? So as this is going on, people are asking questions in the chat, so I'm trying to reply. Can the person just speak?
I think you know what we're going to do, Shagun. Okay, you are running something here. I think
yeah,
we would want you to signify if are you doing this project along. You can signify in the chat so we know, so that if you have an error, we can quickly give you the mic and then you can say what it is, and then we could take it up from there. Just signify by maybe like waving or something, so we know that like you're following along with what he's doing.
So if you're getting error in running your Udacity API, then the error will be okay. Can you?
Good evening.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm not coding along, but I started working on it, and after I got the error, I kind of got discouraged, and it has been on hold since like yesterday.
Okay,
so
where is the error? Is it in your when you're running your backend?
Yes, when I wanted to run the back end, the front end works works fine. But then the back end, at the point where I use the command npm run dev, I get an error message saying something like,
okay,
the data, I'm coming, let me just get the error message out, that the database is not connecting.
Okay, so one thing that is, okay, there are two possibilities to your error, to that error. So the first one is, let me quickly go to my LDS as that one is loading. So the first possibility is your inbound rule, which is in your security group, is not open to public. That's the first thing. Then the second one might be in your environment variable, how you configure your environment variable, like I showed earlier in my environment variable. So let me just go there as this one. So you know, in my environment variable, I see the mistake many people make. So like I said, in this environment variable, this your database should be Postgres. You are using Postgres. Don't put it in a name. Maybe you put a name, you change it to one name when you are doing when you are trying to set it up. It's always Postgres, and your username is different from your database ID. So if you are not sure about that, just stop the what do you call it, the RDS, the Postgres, and create a new one. Make sure you know your username, you know your password. So the database is always Postgres, so don't use any other name. So that's why the two reason behind that. So this is what I want to show you. So if I should go to my security group, let it load. Just a moment. Okay, so if I should go to my LDS here, I click on it. So from there, okay, so let me go to my security group. Of course, when you create your RDS, it's going to open port 5432 at default. So let me try to go there. Why is this taking forever to load? Come on. Okay, so look at my security group. Okay, let's check out. Okay, this is still loading. Oh, yeah. So now when you go to our inbound rule, I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
yes,
I thought I lost connection. Okay. So now if you go to your inbound rule, you can see this rule that we put here. Try and check if this is there. If this is not there, just edit your inbound rule and set the traffic to public so we can accept traffic from everywhere. So the first one is you can only accept traffic from this security group. But now we are uploading from public, so you have to put it, let it accept traffic from public. So that's why we have to, put this. You can just add a new rule and set this there. So that might be the two possibilities. So try and check it out and see if that works.
Okay, although what I did earlier was I created another rule under the inbound rule, and then I selected I think all HTTP or so.
Okay.
Same way it was explained in the documentation. But now my confusion here is the error message I'm getting keeps telling me that it says client password must be a string.
Okay, so this is the issue. So this is what is happening here. You said what?
I said the same client password must be a string, and I don't have.
Okay. So the reason is because you have not sourced your environment. You have not done you have not set your environment, so it's not seeing any password. So that's why I say client password must be a string. So when you do like what we did earlier, like source environment variable.sh, the one I did at the beginning of the class.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you need to do. Then do it, or maybe you open another terminal. Once you open a new terminal, just treat it. It's not in your global variable. So if you do that, it's going to work. So now let's continue with it. So this one has done. So the next one is you want to build our unique. So we build a unique build. So when we are doing our unique build, what are we doing? Let me go back to the front end and see what's inside our package.json. What are we trying to achieve? Oh, okay. This is in our where is our build command? Okay, we are using ng. So this is what we are trying to do. We are doing engine build, so it's building. So let's wait for our environment to build. So while it's building, we can still be asking questions and talking about any challenge that we have. So the moment it's using to load and install, we can use that one to quickly do question and answer, so it saves time too.
Hello. Yeah, my issue is S3. When I created S3, I followed the same thing. So I discovered that when I try to upload pictures from the front end, I could not upload pictures to the storage.
Okay, we answered that question now. So now let's do Ionic stuff to start our front end. So you could not upload picture to the storage, right?
Yes.
From when you start your front end, is it?
Yes, when I started from that point.
So what error are you getting?
There's no error. It's not showing any error.
So if you're not showing any error, then you can go to your console and see what is the error that is giving your console, your web browser console. So it might probably be maybe the image size is too much, or just check what error is bringing in our console. So our front end is starting now. And note, when I open my S3 bucket, you saw 2 images there, 3 images. So those are the images that are there. So that's why I could see all these images here. And you can see I already, I told you I've set it up before, so I used it before. So now what we do is let's log out and try to register. So let's register. So new name, let's use Samsung. Email, samsung@gmail.com. Password, Samsung. Everything is, oh, damn, what's happening? Okay. I was in, okay, let me register. Samsung. Let me just do, what is happening? Why is it keep loading? Okay, what's happening? Okay, let me go to my, okay. I think it's still 2 minutes. Let's wait for this to be done. Successful. This should work. What's happening in our backend? Our backend is executing, yes. Okay, now let's go to our, if this script loading, then we'll stop our front end and start again. Okay, let me try and check what is happening. Yeah. Okay. Everything's working perfectly. It's just let's use sam@gmail.com. Why is it loading again?
I think it keeps recompiling. The app keeps recompiling.
Okay, let me try and log in. If this works, we'll just stop it and start again. So it's going to log in like the first user I've put there. So let me just stop the server and start again. Okay, so let's do Ionic serve again. Okay. So starting it again. So someone was saying they are using Windows, the environment variable might not work. Okay, yeah, that's true. I forgot to mention that. So this environment variable actually works with Linux or we are even Mac OS. So if you are using Windows, it's probably firstly you use the admin access to access it by setting your environment variable there, or use this command set the environment variable name like it's put in the chat. I think that will work. I don't use Windows though, so I think that should work for Windows users. So it's coming up. So we can keep asking another question for it to come up. So we'll continue from once it's up. If you have any other challenge. So this is the old one. Let me close this. Let me just use Sam and register. Does it? Why is it reloading again and again? Oh, I don't even remember the email I registered with. I think it's shared that. I can't even remember. But I can get that on my Postgres if I log in through my Postgres unauthorized because this user is not correct. So let me try and create. I don't know why it's reloading again because I've used the environment variable before. If that doesn't work, maybe we just use we just create a new LDS, which might take time, but we'll just do that. Oh, okay. This is not allowing us to go in now. Okay. Keep compiling. Okay. I know what we're going to do now. So let's close our pod and then close it. So let me go and So let me start my backend again. So my backend is starting. I think the issue is because I've used the environment, but that shouldn't really have an issue with it. Okay, let's go back to our front end and do. Let's try to build it again. Then after we build it again, then we'll start it. Okay. So still building. So wait for this. So this is the most difficult thing in this project. That's just the truth. If you can get this done, then you have get your project done. And it's very easy as that. But many people thought maybe the Kubernetes is the hardest one, or when we want to do your CI/CD. Those ones are the easiest one. So once your environment is up, then the whole problem is solved. And most of the time, this environment it opens when we want to do we are using different node packages and different node version. So you can encounter some challenges like this, but we always fix it. So this environment variable I'm using, I've used it for one project before, so you can see that you can see some uploads on it. So thinking maybe that would probably be the reason, but it shouldn't be the reason. But let's see. Okay, so let's just build. So if anybody has questions, you can use this time to ask so we can tackle it. Okay. Okay.
I have a question, if I may.
Okay, yeah, sure, you can.
My actual problem is at the part where you have to set up your that secret.yaml file and the AWS.yaml file. All those, that part is really confusing to me. I really don't understand what I'm supposed to do inside of those files.
Oh, okay. We will get there very soon now. That's the easiest part. Don't let me deceive you. Those parts are so easy.
Okay.
So what you just need to do, I will try to understand the basis and why we are doing it and what we should do. Because most people just do it like, okay, let's just do it. We are putting it, but I will explain the nitty and gritty of everything for you and why we are even deploying to Kubernetes, what we are using in Kubernetes, what we are to expect. So let's just get this up. You understand everything in Kubernetes and everything today. So yeah, we are. I should have looked at my password before I. Okay, let me see. Some email, sam@email.com. Let me just use Sam. I think this is too short a bit. What is happening to this? Okay. Okay. So something, yep. So it's up. So you can see what we did. We tried to build it again and serve it. So now let's upload something here. So let me try and see something that is here I can upload. Technically, I don't know. I don't have pictures. Yeah, let me just select one. Sorry, it's ugly, but let's manage it for practice sake. New post. Is it posting? Boom. We have a new post. So our monolith is working perfectly now. So with this, technically, we are done with the project. I'll teach you how we're going to do this. So since our project, this is done perfectly now. So then we can now move to the next step, and which is we want to put this in microservices. So now what we're trying to do now is, when I click on this initially, I register. That's one feature. And when I click on create a new post, I was able to post a picture there. So those are the two features that are functioning in this application. So now we want to divide these two things so that they won't depend on themselves, they'll be independent. That is what we want to do now. So we want to divide these two things now. So now let's go back to our code. So our front end is working perfectly, so we can just stop it for now. Then our backend too is working perfectly. You can see, you can do an API call to it, but we can see that it's working perfectly, so we don't really need to do that. So let's just stop our backend now. So now, since we want to divide this package, then we want to do it that we want the feed to be different and our user to be different. So although this is a lazy way and this is not the best practice, but let me just do that for now. So what I will do is I will copy everything that is in this diagram API. I will copy everything. I will just copy the folder inside my project folder. So I don't want to be using command. I don't want it to take time. So I'll just copy it. So let me go and find my folder. I think it's in my desktop. Oh, where is the project demo? Okay, I think this is it. So inside it, I want to copy it. So I'll paste it again. So I will just try to edit it that Udagram API and my Udagram API and API feed, something like that. So this is the coupling. So meanwhile, I can just rename this. I think it's Udagram API feed, right? Something.
API user and API feed.
Okay, just Udagram. I want to know this specific
Udagram API feed.
Okay, feed.
Udagram API feed and Udagram API user.
Oh, okay. Let it be done. So we just copy that so we won't need to. So you can see that is the copy is, but I think we should have even deleted so that, because of the node module. Okay, let me do something. Let me cancel it. Move to bin. Okay, I still have to copy it. But I don't want to copy it to this node module. So this node module is going to really take a lot of time. Okay, let me just do something like this. Okay, let me just create Udagram API. Let's use this as feed. Right. Now let's rename this Udagram API user. So I'm going to do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and this. Copy. This should be fast. Okay. So, why is it taking forever to copy? Come on. So, while that is going, what do we need to do? So, coming up, let me try and see again. Is it copied? Oh, it's taking too much time. Why? It shouldn't take. Oh, what did I do now? Come on. Okay. Sorry, let me move it back to bin and copy again. Okay, I can see why it's taking time. So we won't copy the node module with it. So it might still take time. Okay, so while this is building, let's try and do another thing. You can skip that step and wait for it to be complete. Let me just go to the Udacity page and see what is expected to do in that sense. So before that, then we should have done with another aspect. So I think we are done with Monolith. We are done with this. So now we want to work on this microservice. So this is what we want to do. So now, okay. So while doing that, we can try and create our. So let me go here. Why is it taking? Sorry, my system is messed up sometimes. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Move to bin. Okay, sorry, a minute. Come on. Oh, okay. I'm going to try and empty my bin. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so now what I will do is from here, I will just copy this and paste. I think this should work faster. Okay. So let's try and rename one. Okay, I think everything is okay here like this. I get so. So let's try and rename this. So let's change this to feed. Has it changed? Okay. And this name is in, let me, are you sure you want to delete it? Please copy. Oh, do I click on delete? Okay. So I think it's everything has finished loading. Let me bring up this again. Okay. So now everything has finished loading. So now what we want to do is we want to separate each one. So the first thing, let's start with our feed. So we want to remove everything that is pertaining to user inside our feed. And at the same time, we want to remove everything that is feed inside our user because now we have separated it. Now, let's check things that we need to remove here. So the first thing is going to our controller. So now let's just go to that. We can able to fix it, figure it out also from our source. We go to our controller. When we see it, we see that we have both feed. Let me do something like this because I don't know the name we are. So we are in feed. So since we are in feed, we don't need this user again. So what we just do is we want to move this to trash. So let's go to our index.router too. Because we are in feed, are we in feed? Please, in case I make a mistake, just call my attention. So we want to remove user, right? Okay. Let's remove user. So now let's remove user. Okay. So I think we are done with this. Let's go to our model. So inside our model, let's remove everything relating to user. Okay. I think so. Inside our field, let's go. Do you have anything? Okay, I think we've done that. Inside our route, do you have anything? Okay. So in our server.ts2, of course, we have user and feed. So let's go to it. We want to remove everything relating to users. So is there anything relating to user here? Yeah, our sequelizer. We want to remove it relating to user. Are we still following me? Hello, I just want to be sure.
I'm following.
Okay. So any other thing? I think, let me check to see if we are done. So we have done for, so migration. Okay. Migration might not be necessary, but we can do it. So where's our migration? So we are in feed, right? So let's remove everything relating to user. Like I said, oh, come on, don't let me. Like I said, this might not be necessary, but let's just. Okay. So I think that one is done for our feed. So now, since we are done for our feed, let's take it one after the other. Now we want to create a Docker file in which we are going to zip everything in our explain this one when it is loading. So I'll use that time to explain. We want to compile all our folder in our feed into one image. So we want to create a Docker file for it. So I want to instruct my terminal that it should cd into my Udagram API feed. So after
we cannot see what you're typing, Shagun.
You can't see.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, what could have happened? Is it? Yeah, are you seeing my screen?
I can see.
Try typing again. We can see your screen, yes.
Try
typing again. Try typing again. We can see it. Yes, it's at the bottom of the screen.
At the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, at the very, very bottom.
Okay, let me clear. Can you see now?
Yes.
You can see now, right?
Yes,
so now
yes,
let's
yes.
say we want to instruct our terminal. Okay, now cd into this Udagram API feed. So when you cd into that Udagram API feed, then create a Docker file. So when you cd into this, it's going to create a Docker file for us. Udagram. What's the name? Oh, do I got the name wrong? Okay, let me check again.
Why is your node open?
You are inside Udagram API.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm inside
your node
not...
modules now.
Let me just copy this command so I don't need to type it. So the reason is because I'm inside this folder and this folder does not exist. Do you understand? This folder does not exist again because we have divided it. So that's why it's telling me that. Do you get? So now let's see if we're in the right folder. Okay, so we can see we're in our program. So I can now use this command, cd inside this and open a test editor for me so that I can put in my Docker file. So let me now go into my, so let's just, because we have a copy here, so we don't need to disturb ourselves. So we're going to use this Docker command to build it. So I don't want to start from scratch so that we won't waste our time. So you might decide to use it anyway, but me, I just like using my test editors. So after I've done this, Ctrl+C. So my Docker file is created in my API feed, as you can see. We have a Docker file already. So we also need to create a Docker ignore file, right? So let me just create that here. Doc. What is this called? Docker ignore, right? Okay. So I have Docker ignore 2 here. So let me just put my node module that's already there, so I don't need to disturb myself on that. So I think with this, we are done with API feed. Now let's go to our API user. So we do the same thing. Let me check something. Do you have any duplicates here? So these are Docker file, right? It's been created. Okay, we don't have any issue with that. Okay. So now let's go to our API. Let's try to do our user. So inside our user, let's go to our, what's that from here? Our source is not here yet. We don't have the source here. What happened? Okay. Maybe the thing didn't complete when we are trying to. Okay, now we have our source. Is it saying something?
Please, could you please check your message?
Oh yeah, sure. We're going to share the recording. We share the recording. We share the recording. Okay, so can we continue? Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know.
I can hear you.
Okay, so is Samson still on the call? Oh, maybe internet also or anything. Oh, okay, so let's do the same thing for our user. So now let's start with our controller. So inside the feed, the models, so now we have done a mistake here. Do you know the mistake we did? Because I copied the source now from this API feed, and I've already removed everything that is relating to user from it. So well, we do a quick fix now. We'll do a quick fix. So let me just remove the source again. So we didn't know that the source didn't copy with it at the initial. So what we are going to do now is, okay, let me quickly think of what to do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Samson. Okay, so let me quickly go. Okay, so what I will do quickly now is I'll quickly go and I'll go to my GitHub and download it again. So I'll just copy the source file afresh and put it there. So I think that should solve it. So let me download the zip file. So let me just unzip this. I just need only the source file. So this will be my download. There's Telegram API. I need the source file. Copy. Then I go to my desktop and open this. I think it's in our user. What's happening here? Okay, so this is what I would do. I think this thing didn't copy. I think this is complete at initial. Let me try and see. Okay. Let me just try to open this to see if it's complete. We have only our feed. We don't have our user. We have only our feed. Okay. So I think this is okay. I think this is okay. Our feed is okay. So the only issue we have with this our user. So let me just move it back to bin. So let me go and copy the Udacity API I just downloaded from my downloads. Let me just copy it. So do the copy. So let me just paste it here. So I think this should be fast. Yeah. So I think this is okay now. So we can do what we want to do with this. So let me just try to rename it. So this is our API user. So now let me go back to my VS Code. So now I have everything fully in our API user. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, because someone was asking what's happening with the call. So I'm trying to see if there's an issue. So what we're going to do now is this. So since we are, let's go back to our user now. So let's say cd dot dot, then we cd into our diagram API user. So we are inside our API user now. So let's clear the cache and install npm cache clear false. So we all know why we are doing this.
No, please, can you go over why we have to clear cache again?
Okay. So I said, okay, let me try and install it. So while we're installing, we'll be using that one to do the explanation. So we won't be wasting time. Let me just do control. So npm install. Okay, so now the thing is, when we try to do load, when we try to install some packages, so some packages, once you are installing them, they store in your cache or cache, whatever you call it. So when you try to install new packages, because of all those old packages that are already there, if it is similar to what you are trying to install, it will just take it from the cache and use that one. So it's just like it's updating what is inside the cache, like the new ones is putting it together with what is inside the cache before. I don't know if you get me. Whereas the new packages we are using might be different due to the compatibility and the node module and the version type that we are using. So we don't want to use the old one. So that's the reason why we have to clear off the cache. That okay, we don't want it empty. They want to install the new one. So don't take our dependencies from what we have stored in the cache. I don't know if you get my explanation.
Yeah. I think I get what you're saying.
So because some packages have been in the cache before, so it's just like it's updating it with new packages, and we don't want that.
Okay, so would that not mean that even though even though we had installed that dependency now before, that we want to install it again and not use the previously installed one?
So if in that case, the first thing you will do is just delete your node module first. So after you delete your node module, clear the cache, then install it back.
Oh, okay. All right,
now,
thanks.
Yeah, so now we are both our front end and our API feed and user is working now. So we want to create a Docker file. So since we're inside the API user, let's just open the test editor here. Let's just open a touch editor. Let's create a Docker file. So I'll use my test editor. So I'll copy the same Docker file that's been there for us. So we are using this one for both our backend and front end. Also, let's paste it in our, so Control C. So now I think we have, so these are API feed. We now have a Docker file and we have Docker ignore. So we don't really need to create a Docker ignore there. So I think we are done with both our feed. and our user now. So I hope you didn't mix up anything. No, we are not done. Sorry, we have not edited this. Okay. So let's move to our controller. So this is user, right? So we want to remove everything that's relating to feed. So in our migration, we want to remove everything relating to feed. This is just remind me because okay, we are user. I want to remove everything relating to is it feed. Okay. Feed item. Delete. Took scratch. So the next thing is our config. We don't have anything config in our controller. We need our router. So in our router, we are in our user. We want to move everything relating to feed. Where's feed? Okay. So this, I think we are done with this. Okay, so let's close this. Let's go to our model. We want to move everything relating to our feed. So this is the most difficult stage for this project, sincerely. So we have done this. So after we have done that, what's next? Then let's go to our server.ts. We want to remove everything relating to feed. Okay, where do we have feed again? Feed model. Okay, so which other place? I think we are good to go. Okay, so we all know the reason why we are doing this, right? Okay, so this is done. So we are done with our feed and our user. So now we need to do the same thing for our front end, but inside our front end, what we just need to do is create a Docker file. So let me go here and check the format of the Docker file. This is the Docker file for front end. So maybe when this thing is loading, I will explain this Docker file for us when it's loading. So we use that time to work on that. So I think I didn't miss anything. Okay, so what are we doing now? Okay, so in our front end, we have our Docker file, right? So we have our Docker file. Do we have Docker ignore? No. Oh, sorry. I did a mistake now. I just create this in our, sorry. I create this in our API user. I cd, okay, into the main. Okay, this is what I did now, which is not correct. So let me just delete this. I thought I've cd inside mine. Okay, so let me cd into my diagram. front end. Docker file. Control-C. So now if you see inside this, we have this, but we don't have Docker ignore, right? So let's just create our Docker ignore. Touch dot Docker ignore. So inside our Docker ignore, let's put our node modus. So I think we are done with front end. So, but then when we are doing this, we have the front end, we have the back, we have the front end, we have the API user, we have the API feed. But this thing, they can't communicate with themselves. They can't communicate or work in isolation. So we need something called a load balancer that we're able to allow these people to communicate with themselves. So that load balancer is what we call the reverse proxy here. And the reverse proxy, we are going to use Nginx. So we can use another thing, we can decide to use maybe Apache or anything, but here we are using Nginx, so we are going to build on that. So let me go. I think we have format here, so we'll just go. So when everything is loading, I will explain why and everything like this. Okay, firstly, we need to create a new directory inside the project diagram. Proceed. Let me create this first. So where are we? cd ... and make a directory name diagram reverse proxy. Oh, sorry. cd ... Okay, I didn't instruct it. And make directory diagram proxy. So we have our directory. So now let's see inside the directory. So when we see inside the directory, let's open a file. So once we open a Docker file, then we can now paste this inside our Docker file. So this is going to serve, this is going to be the Docker image that I'll be using. So let's put it here. So now inside our reverse proxy, we now have our Docker and our so since we don't have any node module, so we don't really need to ignore any node module or put any git, Docker ignore. So that one is done. That one is being done there. So the next thing we do is let's now configure our Nginx config file. So what this one is going to do, I will explain it when it's loading. So let's just work it here. So since we are still in this directory, let's just say view. Let's open this test editor and then paste this inside our test editor. So once this is done, let's save it. So now we have a reverse proxy, we have engineers, we have everything working perfectly now. So now, okay, let me just run it so we see. So now let's see how our folder looks like. Control 3, then L of 2. Okay, L2. Oh, okay. We are inside this. So
gases admin, what is this one again? L2 is what?
No, okay. We're just going to show you a folder directory, how it looks. So like this one, now you can see inside this our reverse process, you only have to do these 2 folder, and this is what it's showing for because we are inside this folder. So it's showing you that they are in the same path. So if it is under, so let me just go back outside. So we are inside this. So let's do 3 L2. So it's just like showing us level 2.
Did you need any package to be able to do this, or it just comes default?
No,
terminal?
So you just install 3 if you don't have it.
Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, so what's this one telling us? Oh, sorry.
You didn't put the dash.
Yeah, sorry. So now look at so now these are projects. Let me just see. So these are project directory. This is how it looks. So from there we can see, are we doing what is right? So from here we don't really need this. Let me remove all these ones that we don't really need. We don't really need all this mark. Is it doing anything? It's just an image. Let's just remove it. Move to trash. We don't need this. Delete this. So which other thing? These screenshots, it's not necessary, but if you want me to leave it there, I can leave it there with this picture. Let's just leave it there. So now let's check our directory. We have 15 directories. So let's look at it to see, okay, this thing is perfect. We don't need all this. So this license. So these are our environment variable. These are diagram feed. Everything is settled. We have our Docker file, but we can't see our Docker ignore because we say .docker ignore. So I'll still explain that. I just want this to be perfect. So we do a lot of explanation when this thing is building. So we won't waste much of our time. So I think with this is settled. So we now have something like this, right? So now, if it were to be me doing this project, I will not do this. I will not build my image locally. But let me just, I will not build this image locally. I will just use my continuous integration to build this image. And after that, I'll just put it to my loop. And from there, I continue. So what we are doing now is, so we want to remove every broken image that is in our Docker file. So that's why we are using Docker image prune all. So that's what it's going to do, just like what we did in our npm is like clear cache. So that's the reason why we want to do this. Docker image prune all. Oh. So yes. So after that now, I hope we have everything in set. We have API feed working, user working. So can you see the reason why we really need to prune? So look at all these working packages that it has pruned, because there are some images I was working with before. So he has to, he has to delete all this one and reclaim back my space. I was working with Jenkins and other things. So that's why I prune it. So now let me do this. So Docker compose F. Oh, where am I on this? So now this what we want to do, you can do it in any folder, because what you are trying to say is to parallel, like go inside all the folders and get all the Docker file that is there. So that's what we want to do now. Docker compose F. Let me check again. Docker compose. Okay, sorry. We haven't put our YAML file there. Sorry, so we still need to put our YAML file. So okay, I think I omitted that, right? Is it? Oh, okay. So is this YAML file that we want to use to command everything that is going to do. So this is, we have to use this. So even our Docker compose too. So we have to put it there. So that's why they give us this. I remember they gave us this too. Oh, okay, this is just a command anyway. So let's do this. So once we go through this stage, we'll be done. I don't know why my system is hanging, but okay, this is just, I don't think this is necessary. So this is just the documentation. So we might just come here and use the documentation, but maybe after I'm building everything, then we could come to the documentation and explain to you how it is. So let's copy this. So before this, so we want to create this folder, which is this, in our main directory. So I mean the file rather. So then we put in this. So this is for our, okay, for all the services. This is service. Then we still have to go and look for deployments. Okay. So let's come here and we do our Control-C. So let me clear my terminal. So that is done. We have it here. So which other steps are we following again? So let's create this tool because we're gonna need it when we want to run our container. So it's better we build everything at the same time. So I just want to copy the name. So I want, okay, so we want to do, let's open it in a text editor. So what do we want to put there? Here it is. Oh, come on. So I will come and explain this after when everything is building. So we use that one to buy time. Control-C, okay. So now we have it. So since everything is up and running, so let's go back now and do our, okay, I didn't even type it. Docker compose F. Oh, I don't remember the command of it. Let me check again. Okay, let me just copy this. This is long, but let me do this for today. I won't do this after this. Okay, so now we are building our Docker image locally. So this is going to take time. So let me start with the explanation here. Now, where should I start? Do anybody has any question before I start explaining? Anyone?
I think you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I would like maybe when someone is talking at least to encourage me that I'm still online because I might have gone online.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, just a moment. Let me switch on the lights.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. So I need to be sure that I'm still on track. Okay, so now let's go back to our Docker file. Why are we building this and what are we trying to achieve? Okay, let me bring this down. You said what? Okay, so from this our Docker file, we want to build on an image that is already existing, which is the node 12. So that means what we are doing with this is that every package is of node 12, we want to build on it. So we don't want any break in it. So whenever we want to build from it, we want to copy it to this working directory from the source to this app. So everything that is inside this app, so this is the working directory that we want to use to install all our dependencies. And this one means copy everything inside our package.json. That is what we are going to use to install, to build the Docker image. Then after you have copied that, you run this, then copy or expose the port to this, then this command. So I will explain it one after the other. Now, package Docker is just like a container. Like I do explain it in a layman's language, like people that don't even understand or don't even know anything. So Docker is like, see it like a zip file. You know, when I download something from my GitHub now, it's zip it. Then I now zip it. I can start copying everything I need from there. Then I can use it like that. Many people can have access to that zip file. So I just want to use that principle to explain what is Docker file. So Docker file is just a file that we use to build an image. So you build an image, which is a Docker image. So you make that image is what you will run in a container. So that image is like the zip file that you can unzip, that you see everything that you have in it. And everything you have in your zip file will not be broken. Everything will be there. That is usually like something will miss on or something will not be there. So that's exactly how this image is. And when you want to bring up this image, you can run it inside a container, which is the Docker container. That's where we are going to get here. So now, this Docker file that you are seeing as a container, it has a way in which just see Docker file as something that speaks. I mean, let me use the word Docker file. Let me use the Docker image as something that speaks. That's why you see this expose 8080. That means that is the port in which you will use to communicate when you start running inside the container. So now look at this command. What we are trying to do is you see npm run our prod. Now, what is the prod that we are running? Let's go back to our package.json. This is a prod that we are running. You say TypeScript node. This server.js is what we are running inside this Docker file when we build our Docker image. Okay, so now we did the same thing for everything. And this is the place I want to emphasize. When we want to do our reverse process, you know, we are using Nginx. So inside our Nginx now, okay, I think I will explain the front end too. So inside, okay, this is inside our Nginx. We want to build on this image. So Nginx have an image, which is the base image. We can decide to build our own image from scratch by ourselves. So, but we want to build on this image now. So when we want to build on this image, we said that copy everything that is inside this engines.conf, which is what we put here. So when we do this, we now put it inside. We now put it inside this directory. There is this engines.conf directory that is inside our etc Nginx or whatever you call it. So we now put it inside there. That's what we use to run our reverse processing, which is our. So the reverse process is just like a load balancer. It is the one that communicates the feed, the user, and the front end together. So it is the middleman that carries request from the front end, then you see that, okay, this request, where should it go to? Now, okay, I think this request is coming as let me say, okay, a post request. Let it go to the feed. Do you understand? So let me say, okay, well, this request is like, okay, this request is a GET request. Then let it go to the user. So it won't just be sending it to, so that reverse process is the one that stay in between them and carry the load, just like the messenger. So I can use this principle also to explain another principle on AWS in which you can easily get and understand. And it is called the Amazon machine image. So when you know in the AWS platform, you can see something. Let me just show you, as this one is loading, so you can just get a wide understanding and overview of many things. So it's also a learning process too. So as this is also, so there's something we call the Amazon machine images. So just view it like, so if you can remember Docker images, you should be able to remember Amazon machine images too. If it just comes to your mind. So Amazon machine image is just like Docker file, in which you build an image and you can reuse it to form a new OS. So for example, now maybe you receive a contract somewhere that you want to install a software on like 1,000 systems. You want to install a software OS and some packages on it. What will you do? You start installing Node.js on each one, then start doing this. Or maybe let's say you want to even do it on the cloud. We start open in one instances after the other. You don't need to do that. So what you just do is create just one instance. Then inside your user data, put in everything that you want, all the installation you want, give it all the instructions inside your user data, then start your instance once. So once you start your instance, create a machine image, just like the Docker images that you can run anywhere. So do you create a Docker image, then the Docker image duplicate it 1,000 times. Then you are done with the project within hours. So what will take you months to complete? So this Docker image is just like you want to build image of what you have that you can run anytime and anywhere, and you can make available to anybody. And it comes with all its packages. It comes with the packages. It comes with the environment variables, with everything. So you don't really have to have any issue with compatibility. Again, so that's what we are trying to do here. So now the Docker Compose. This is the service file. So now you will see it from here. So now from here, you see that is version 3. No, this is the service, it's a reverse process. We are building this context. So, and we are building into this image. This is the name of the image. You know, when we are doing Nginx, we are seeing in our Docker file, we are seeing Nginx. So that's the name of the image. So this is the name of our own image down that we are building. The same thing for our backend user. This is the name of the image we are building. This is the name of the image we are building. This is the name of the image we are building for what? For our front end too. So if you get this, so now this one now, you know, this one is the Docker Compose. You are telling this thing that go into this folder and build this image. Do you understand? Because it is parallel. So we instruct it here that, okay, this Oga, go inside this folder, then build this image. Go inside this folder, build this image, build this image, build this image. That's why we should use the word parallel. So we build everything at once. So we don't start building each one after the other. Let's just try and put this out to know if. Do you understand? So that's why we are doing that. So now these are Docker Compose is what is going to run our container. So you can see now that the environment variable that we put inside each of our user and feed, we are still using it here. These are environment. So, but it's not showing here. So this hash will make it call back our environment variable and put it inside here. So whenever this thing is seeing it, will be seeing this our password, this our username. It will be seeing everything that we put here. So this is the port we configured. Remember our Docker file, we say listen on port 8080. So this is the port we configure. So it now depends this reverse proxy, we always depend on our API feed and our API user because we are using for API feed and API user. So that's why you see the word depends on our API feed and API user. So for this backend user, we say this is the image. This image, remember the file I showed you earlier, the image we built, this is the name for the user. For our feed, this is the name for our feed. Now this volume now is now telling us that where is our credentials, our home credentials. That is the IAM we configure at the initial. You know, I think I configure it, but the I shows how when I configure it with my VS Code. I think I didn't do that. I can't remember if I do that actually. So now we can see that it's telling us that this our AWS is going into our AWS. It will fetch our IAM user that will configure in it too. So you can see this same thing, this for our front end too. And our front end, because the ports for our front end, okay, let's go back to our reverse proxy to see, our front end to see if what we are saying is actually right. So, okay, I'm trying to see the ports. Oh, okay. So for our front end, okay. So for our front end, you can see the port here that it's 8100. The reason is because if you check here in our Ionic build, the Ionic port is 8100 and home. So the default home we configure is 80. So that's why you see this here that it's going to go on this port 8180. I don't know if you get my explanation. So when this one is up now, when we try to run this, it's going to run our container and we can easily connect to it. So as this is building, let's go to the other side. So we won't take much of our time. This might take a while. So after this, I think with this, we should be good. Then we run our container and go to this local host. Then we come back to this. Now let's go to our continuous integration. So that's why I said if you are to be me, I will even build my image locally because it's going to take space and it's going to. So if not because we want to take a screenshot of the Kubernetes log, I would have just said let's just move. We won't just do that building here. We'll just go to our continuous integration and do the building in our CI tool, then push it to our Docker hub. So from our Docker hub, then we can do anything we want to do from there. We can pull it to our Kubernetes cluster and finish it up with that. So we're almost done with this. So let me just try and check. Okay, so this is still loading. So now let's go to our continuous integration. So in this continuous integration, the instruction was you to use Travis CI. But in my own case, I didn't use Travis CI. I used GitLab. Isn't because I don't have Travis CI credit, so I didn't really disturb myself. I just gonna use GitLab for the integration. So I was able to get this and I finished this. But instead of that, there's another way that is extremely so easy. Instead of using GitLab, which is not is easy, I like it, not that complicated. There is one that is even more easier, which is the Saku CI. So for this, we'll be using Saku CI for this. So now to use Saku CI, let me configure that. Let me just open a new terminal as this is building. I don't know if anybody has a question. Does anybody has any question? Okay, I don't think there's any question.
No question.
I think I cleared this terminal. Okay, there is. Okay, now for us to use Saku CI, okay, let's just go to Saku CI and see what's up with Saku CI. So SQL CI is the easiest, and you can have you can do as much as 72 builds a week. You have 30,000 credits per week. So I think it's still the most flexible. I think GitLab 2 is more flexible also, but I think that one is more flexible. So because I've used this several times, so let me just go to my account. So let's keep eyes on this. So for us to use SQL CI, then we need to write a config file that we're going to instruct our continuous integration and our deployments. So this is how our SQL CI looks. So you can see these are some of my build. This is a success. This one failed. This one failed. This one I've created. This one passed. So don't worry about that. So we're going to start a new one. But before we can do this, then we have to push it to Git first. Before we can, because it's going to check out from Git. But before then, let's just do everything. Let's do our configuration. So before we can use SQL CI, we have to have a config file. So what we do is we make a directory for SQL CI. So we are inside our front end here. So this front end does not exist. So where are we now? Okay, we are inside this folder. So now let's make a directory. Okay, let's make a directory SQL CI. So inside, you can see inside this directory. Okay, I should just have CD inside it. Okay, let's just CD inside it. So I want to CD inside this. Then if I CD inside my SQL CI, I need to create a file called config file. So that's what I'm going to use for my automation. So I CD into this. Let me just give it a command at once instead of me. So I ask it to create a config.yaml file. Okay, so it opens a text editor for me. So the thing is, I've written a config file to save time. I think it's on my desktop. So let me just import that and I will explain. I have it here. And then I will explain it. So let me just paste it in our text editor. Okay, so I think I can close this. Okay, now, so this is our SQL CI, this is our config.yaml. Okay, let me make this a full screen. So let me still keep an eye on this. So now, this is our SQL CI config file. So now, this is it. In SQL CI, we have three main important things. It's more than three, but here we are considering three main important things. This first thing is the version. Then we have the job. Each job is divided into the stages in which we look into each. Then after that, we want to check into our workflow, which is this. Now in this job now, although this one is not really necessary, but let's just call it a lens app. So what we do is we use a Docker image from SQL CI. You know this thing too, we want to package it inside a container for it to be able to run. So when it runs it to, just like I explained, just have it in mind like a zip folder. We want to zip it for it. We want to zip it for it. Someone is asking, can you please help me check again if we are still on recording? So to be sure.
Yes, it's still recording. It's still recording. At the top, left. It shows recording.
Oh, is it? I have not even sure.
Yes, of my own screen, top left.
Oh, okay. So I want to be sure. So, okay. So what am I saying? So we want to put it inside an image. So we just look at one compatible image and we just check the Taku CI image. So now these are now the steps, which is stages in Travis CI. So the first step we do is check out. And what is it checking out? It's just checking out everything in this, which is not really that necessary anyway. Or we're just using this base image. So the most important thing is now when we want to go to the second step, which is we want to build our Docker image. So we want to get the Docker image machine through. Then this is the step. We say check out. Where is it checking out from? Checking out from Git. So when we upload to our Git, it's going to take all our code from Git. It will check out from Git. Yeah, I will still put this one on GitHub so everybody can access it. So you get it. So now we check out from Git. So after we check out from Git, we now told you that, okay, well, since you have checked it, we have checked out from Git and everything is running inside this container that we chose. So inside that container, run this command. When we say, okay, run, this is the name of the command. We are building Docker container for each microservices. This is the command. The first thing is, okay, just echo this. So after you have echoed this, run this node modules for Linux because the Linux is based on Linux. After that, zip the file from this Linux system, zip and unzip it. That's what we command it here. So when you zip it, this is just the command line to install our Linux, to use the Linux and zip all the files there. So you now say, okay, this for this node version, this. After you have done all this one for the Linux system, do you understand? Then we now say, okay, oh, because it's based on Linux, that's why you see sudo apt install node.js. I didn't think this image we use here is, let's say, a Mac-based image, just for example. So instead of us using sudo apt install node.js now, we'll be using build install home.js. If it is Windows, then we'll be using, I don't know for Windows, sorry. I don't use Windows. So we'll be using build install node.js. Well, because we are using Linux, okay, even if we are using Red Hat, I think Red Hat too is using apt install. I think so. I can't remember. Sure. So we install Node.js. After we install Node.js, should now tell us that, okay, echo that the image has started building. So we now say using the Docker command that Docker build, like we are building each image. Build this image. Remember the image that we created in our Docker file. Remember when we were doing the YAML file. So build this image in this location. This is the file. This is the endpoint. It's inside this file. When you check out from Git, we store it inside this file. Build this. So after we have built it, I want you to tag this inside this folder. Give it a tag name. This image, give it a tag name. Inside this is my Docker hub. This is my Docker hub username. Then give it a tag. Inside it, I have created, I've done this before, so I have this image. So that's why I'm not trying to build it again. I'm not creating the folder again in my Docker. So, but what I did instead is I changed the version. So we're able to see this version. It's going to build on it. So it's going to show a new version. So once we do this, we are going to see it. So it's going to show this version 3. So I repeat this one for each of the image. I should have just done the parallel one, but I want to explain so you're able to understand it from. So I did this from this, and this, and this. So after I've done that, I echo that, okay, all images built successfully. And now start, okay, this echo for me to log in. So I now say, okay, Docker login, this is my username for my Docker hub. And now say P Docker pass. This is not my password. This is an environment variable, which I will show you how you are going to fix your environment variable. So you don't put your password here because people can hack into your password and get everything. So you don't always put your password inside that. So always use what the environment variable. So I'm going to show you how to use it. So after you have done that, here we want to push to our Docker hub. So remember this is the image we pushed. We built that we have tagged. So we are pushing it. It's version 3. So that is the steps that's going to do for this job. We have just 2 jobs here, 1 and 2. So now when we want to do the workflow now, look at the indentation very well. Do you see that the workflow is not under our, on our job. This is outside, this is outside, it's under this job, not inside. So you can see this workflow, job and version, they are on the same line. These two jobs that we created, they are on the same line. These steps, they are on the same line. So just indentation is very important when it comes to YAML file. So these are workflow now. So the first thing is run our first job, which is our lint app. Remember, this is our lint app, this is our first job. Then the second one, build Docker, which is our second job. Build Docker. Who is this? And for you to build Docker, we said it requires the first job to be successful before this one can be successful. So with this, we are technically done with our continuous integration. So I just want this one to be done. So we push it to Git. Then we just run our environment variable. Then we'll be done with our integration. Do anybody have any question on this YAML file? If I want me to explain again, I'll just continue. Anybody? Okay, so I think silence means no. Okay, so let me just go into my Docker Hub and try to show you something. Okay, this is the building. So we can use this to ask any of your questions. So as it's building, excuse me, we answer all questions.
Shagun.
Yep.
I know earlier you said that if you were the one building this, like if you were to do this again, you would use your CI tool to build your application. You wouldn't do it the way we're doing it now. And I don't know, I don't remember if you said the reason.
Okay.
But you need
so
to
now let me explain that.
Take screenshots and stuff.
So if the reason why we are building it locally is because, you know, at the end they ask us to do screenshot of the log that we input. So if we don't build it locally, we might not be able to start the application. But we can still do it. I think we even make a mistake building it locally. So what, instead of this, I will just keep this step. But because of people learning, that's why I decided to build it locally. So we can see how it's building, what it takes, and how it is. So if you are to be me, I will skip that step and come to this CI. I think you will understand it better when we do this integration now. When we do this, when we use the CI. So when after writing this my YAML file, this thing is going to build it. Let me see if, okay, I use GitLab for it. With do the YAML, we are going to understand this better. This is going to build it in the CI/CD tools under the CI/CD platform. No, we are like, it's going to build it under this Docker file and run it by itself. After it runs it and everything is okay, it will push it to Docker Hub, which is what I want to show you. So when it's pushed it to this Docker Hub, it is from this Docker Hub that you can just know, and it will be very, very fast. In 3 minutes will have been done. So in this place, you can just, okay, let me look at this. Let me just open this. You can just pull the image from here. And it won't take you any time, very fast, just like you are cloning from your Git, you are cloning from your, what do we call it? Your GitHub. Yeah, so that's how it's going to look. Like you can see my front end, this is the new version, okay? Let me go back and show you. So like, this is the command to push. I will show you. So you can just pull every image you want from your Docker and just run the container like that. And even if you want to run your container, or if you want to run your Kubernetes rather, your Kubernetes is being pulled from your Docker Hub, not from your local machine. So you don't necessarily have to build it on your local machine. you can just use your Kubernetes to pull everything from your Docker. That's why we use Docker Hub. When you build the image, you send it to your Docker Hub. So when you send it to your Docker Hub, so when you want to build with your Kubernetes, you just pull it. So when you write the Kubernetes command, you are going to understand this better when we do this. But since you have already built it,
to add to what Shegun said, I think if you Google around trying to understand what Docker is, you see technically they refer to it as a container runtime. Like it's for running containers. Like technically that's what you use it to do. And what it will help to do is, you know, the way that we work with applications right now, where on this person's machine, some dependencies and this, and it's not compatible with this. Those kind of issues don't happen because what you're just doing is it's like you've zipped everything. The way it is here now is the way it will be when you take it down from Docker Hub and you're trying to use it as well. So it's a container runtime, Docker Hub. Like you could research more on it, but that's just basically what I have to add on that.
So like we are technically done with this project. So what is just delaying us is this guy to be done. So once this guy is done, then so we have completed this suppose I will still explain this thing again after we do everything, so we can still try and explain again and understand everything. So let me try and do this. So I think we should just go to our Kubernetes orchestration as this one is studying, so you won't take more of our time. Let me just see, okay, it's still going, so we can just save time. Now, when we want to do our Kubernetes orchestration now, so before we even run nodes, run all this one, do this. So where I want us to start with is, okay, let me explain the concept of Kubernetes as this one is loading. So Kubernetes is like Docker is a container. Okay, let me use this example. So Kubernetes is an container orchestration tool. What is orchestration? You know, like in music, we have orchestra. They will be the one, they will stand in the front of the people, the choir. They will be controlling them. So the choir will be following the direction and the tune of the orchestra. So that's exactly what it is, just like automation. We want to automate our container. Orchestration tools are to automation of our, like automation is for automation generally. Like once a container orchestration, that means we want to orchestrate, we want to automate our Docker. So there's other tools. We have something like Ansible too. Ansible is also an orchestration tool, just like that. It's used for automation. Now, what we want to do now, we want to deploy an automation for our runtime, our container. So now, when we want to do that, they say that when you want to deploy, you create nodes. What is nodes? Now, see it as you have a ship on the sea. So each ship carries containers, and then you have a master ship. So this master ship, let's assume you have two ships now, and this master ship is the one that puts the containers on each ship, this import and export. So one big ship, do you understand, has all the containers, and two, we have maybe, let's say, two ships, just using them, it can be anything. So consider those ships as the node, and the big ship that serves as a control ship as a master node. So let's assume you now schedule, there's something we call the API scheduler on the master node. Is the one that schedules each pod to each node. And each master node has what we call, we have the API scheduler, we have the control manager. So we have the control manager, we have the API server. So the API server looks like the front end, is the one that interacts with the nodes and the master nodes. So I will still explain in deep. When I start doing, you understand what I'm saying. So now, if you want to distribute load on each of the, you want to put containers rather on each of these ship. Do you understand? It is the API, what's it called? The scheduler that was going to schedule the pods, which is, and okay, a pod is what this our Docker container is running inside. When we build our container now, we start to run it. It's running the container. So that container that is being running on is what we call pod. So you can add as many pods as you want in a node. So when we get there, we are going to see when we are creating the pods there. So now, let me say, so the chips, we have a master chip, we have two other chip. I'm just using that two other chip as an example. So now we want to put the containers on each of the chips. So let's assume we have two nodes, node 1 and node 2, and we have the master node, which has the control, is the master node that will schedule the load on the nodes. So on one chip, you put a container. So it's inside the pod. Maybe you have replica of 4. On the second chip too, you have that same thing, which is replica of, let's say, replica of 4. You see that when you did this, when you create a node, you created 2 nodes in this project. So under that node, when we get to the command, when I start doing the command, we get to understand what I'm trying to say better. So under this node now, we now make replicas of 4. We put it on each one. I don't know if you're trying to get what I'm saying, or it's kind of being abstract. So now we want to orchestrate what this container is going to do. You know, the container, the Docker image are meant to be run. So this Docker image that is being run is run inside the container, inside the pod on a node. So when you now put your mind into shipping, and when you are now doing this cargo, you put each container on the cargo. Each container is the pod. Do you understand? And inside the pod, the Docker container is running inside it. Do you understand? So that's the principle of the node. And the pod is what the Docker container is being run inside. So now that pod is just like an independent instances of our projects. Like, we have the API feed now. Like, okay, let me take it back to AWS. When you create EC2 instances, you create like 5 EC2 instances. So when you create 5 EC2 instances now, we now have one load balancer that is directing the load to all of the 5. If they are in one security group, so consider that one security group and every other thing as a container. So what happens to our image? Okay. Sorry. So we got something with our image. Yeah. Let me try and see. Is anything happens with our image? I think it should show that it's done. Okay, I'm trying to. It didn't show any error. Okay. It didn't show any error. Okay, so all our Docker images here, can you see it? This is our front end, which completes just a minute ago. This is our front end. This is our use these are okay. These are all the images I created, so don't mind me. So this is our our API user, reverse proxy and feed. I think is complete. But why is it now giving us now telling us that it's done? Okay. Not to worry, let's go back to our Microservices. So what do we want to do now? Let's just do Docker compose up because I don't see if there's any error here. Okay, let's see. So everything is created. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is running. Can you all still see my screen?
Yes, I can still see your screen.
Okay, so.
Sorry, Prof, what do you run just now? Can I see it?
Okay, I did Docker compose up.
Okay, thank you.
So I think everything works perfectly. I was actually expecting it to tell me done on each of the image. But maybe because I prune it and I remove some base image, maybe, I don't know.
Are we looking at the bottom of your screen, the bottom of your terminal?
Yeah, can you see the bottom of my terminal?
No. Should you not step out of the terminal after it is done?
I think it's still coming up.
I think it's still going on, yeah.
Yeah, can you see the bottom of my terminal? Or is it that
I can't. No, okay, yes, I can see. The blue, right? The last color is blue, yeah.
Yeah, you can see, okay. Maybe I should try and expand it up again.
Everything will always be going down. So, but I think we all know where to look. Towards the bottom of the terminal.
3 different colors now. This one is for front end, this reverse proxy, this back end. It's even decorating for me, this feed. So when it's up, it should give me the endpoint that I should go.
When I ran mine did not run out of the terminal. It stayed open. I had to run commands from another terminal.
Okay, let's go to the localhost, which is already there. So this will give us error. Yep. So let's run this again. So what error is it giving us? I hope it's not cause error. Because the way I see the image not showing done, then I know course is coming in. Promise. What is it?
Gang, I saw plenty right now.
Okay. So I know it's course error. So I know definitely it's going to be course error. So I don't need to do this. Let me just come back here. So let me refresh this. Not found. Okay. Of course, you can be found. Let's see. if it's going to be found. Okay, from here you can see that everything is okay. You don't have any error. Everything is working perfectly. So why is it taking every time to load? So create a new post.
I think you should log out. Maybe it's the GS token that's expired.
Okay, let me try and do some. Let me try and upload first and see. But I didn't use the GS token.
I think your JWT is expired. That's why you are getting, or maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Or close the browser. Something like that, sir.
Let me just try and upload something. It's gonna go, but I doubt it. So it's not going to upload because I think this picture is too large. Okay. So I think it's the sign URL. So let me go back here. Let me refresh my console here and see. Okay, so let me try and log out and log in back. What's it? Something. Okay, so I remember. Oh. Email is samson@gmail.com and password is crazy. So then let me go to my, you can see that everything is perfect here. So the problem with Coursera is sometimes it's browser dependent. It's browser dependent. Get out of here. Okay, let me now open my localhost. Localhost. So come on. So can you see when he's talking about feed and nothing is happening to our feed here? Do you have any error here? You see that everything is working perfectly here. You don't have any, can you see? So now let me see if I can use, can you see? It's telling me the browser I'm working, this is everything I'm doing on my front end. It doesn't show any error. So it doesn't show any error. So that shows everything is up and running. So let me try and use, oh, funny enough, I don't have, okay, let me try and use a new browser. So let me even show you something. Now look at a site like this. The site that is running and is up. So that's why I say once you get your Monolith right, you won't really have an issue. Look at this site now. This site is working perfectly and I'm using it. Let it load. When you go to inspect, you will see cause error there. So cause error is just like accepting the header origin. Oh, why is this slow? Okay, everything is working perfectly here. Okay, I want to show you something here. Can you see? Let me try and refresh this page. Do you see it's been refreshed? It's working. Okay. So you're going to see some input now. Still loading. Can you see several errors here? It's still loading. It's still loading.
Oh, God, boss.
Okay, can you see what I want to show you here? Oh, what's this? Come on. Can you see? It has been blocked. Do you see? 505. And this thing is, I didn't open this. Can you see what I'm trying to say? And it's being blocked by course. And everything is working okay and perfectly. So course error is always just like it doesn't accept one thing it might do with the port. So if I should try and shut down my system now and I start this thing again, you won't have anything related to course error again. So it might even be the issue with port when I open it in two different places with port. So course error comes. So if you want to know that your course, maybe you have issue with it. So look at this. Since you see that, okay, this is working perfectly, then you don't really have any issue with it. And that's the advantage of Docker, because you know when you build this image, you're not going to be opening it on a local machine. Do you understand? This could be opened differently. So the person that pulled this won't really have this issue when it comes to course error. Do you understand? So let's just go and refresh our page. I'm trying to open it on Safari. If it's reopen, but I still have the port here, but let's see. So it is our course that is stopping it from uploading, because, okay, what's happening with this? It's still loading. Why? Okay, what's happening here? Let me come back here. So make sure you remove this home. It doesn't have the endpoint with it initial. So it's still working. It's still the same thing on this browser, so I might not be able to log in here, but don't worry, we'll fix something now. Let me try something at gmail.com. What's the password? Let's see. So it should tell us this. So the only error that is giving us is the same course error. So if I should shut down this my system now, and I start all over and I run it again, where is it? This is even giving me, there's the issue with Safari. This is even getting okay, so what we are going to know if our feed is working fine, let's check this out. Is it okay? So it's not, it's not on. So I think, do we try to test it when we are doing our monolith? We do local host 8080 to test our backend if it's working perfectly. And we don't even need to test it because everything is already. Let's go back to our let's go back to our AWS and see everything is in our bucket. Why is this thing? Okay. So if you get the monolith right and you have uploaded your monolith, then you won't really have issue with this. You're definitely going to get a log. I might fix this. So let's check our S3 bucket and see if we really have this in our S3 bucket. So our time is more fast than okay. Why is this slow now? Okay, can we see that this is a new image that we upload? Let's use the sign URL for it. So this is the image we upload. This wouldn't go.
It won't.
Oh, okay. Let me use this.
You searched it instead.
Yeah.
I think it's that
this
one.
Will give me no. This will give me access denied because I didn't make it public. So I'm trying to look for the sign URL.
Oh, okay. You didn't make it public.
Yeah, I didn't make it public. So this one will always give me access. If I want to access it, that's why I say it's going to give me access because it's not public. So I'm trying to look for the sign URL. Where is the sign URL? So with that, I can see the image here.
Yeah.
Okay, as this one is loading, let's do something. Let's try. We can see this one is okay. Let's go to this and push it to Git so we can do our continuous integration. Control. So Git status. Do you have a Git in this? Okay, I've done a lot of things here. Okay, so let me just push to Git. Add.
Excuse me, please. Shago.
Yeah,
do we make the S3 buckets public?
No, you don't need to make it public. Don't make it public.
Shagun, you know why he's asking?
Why?
He's asking because in the instructions for the project originally, it does say to make it public, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm correct. So that I'm sure that's why he's asking.
Now he's saying you should make it public so that you're able to add your bucket permission and your course permission.
Okay.
So even looking at this now, it's just like if you make your S3 public, that means everybody can have access to all the image that is being uploaded. So this is like your own backend. It's not like Instagram now. So if we make the Instagram bucket public, so everybody can have access to all the images that is there.
Even if they don't have an account.
Even exactly. Do you understand? So that's why we won't make it. So we have to think in that way and make it a best practice not to do that.
Okay, so what permissions did you use for your own? I don't know.
No, you just.
I was having.
Okay.
If you block public access, you can't edit the.
No, you can. You can.
Not the course, the what they call it, the permission.
You can. You can. I will show you.
I tried. It kept giving me.
You're talking about the policy.
Yeah, you can.
The policy.
I think you can.
When I blocked it, I was having problem trying to edit the policy. it kept on giving me error.
No, you can. So
yeah, same with me too. Until you actually make it public, that is when you can edit the.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to make it public. So when you make it public, that's when you can. That's why they said it in the instruction that you make it public. That's when you can edit your course permission and everything. So after you have done that, just come back. Remove the public access. Yeah, remove the public access because it's not a group. So in your permission here, you should just go there and do that.
Okay.
I think,
okay.
Where is this? Oh, okay. This is where I should go. Okay, before then, this is where I should go. So let me open the image and see if it is what I. So this is going to show you which is my sign URL. Do you understand? So I can see the image now. It's going to bring the image with a sign URL that is authenticating my IAM user. Excuse me. As the person that is showing, you can see the image. You see that is in our bucket now. So it's quickly generate a small, although the bucket, our policy is still public. If you see it here, our images is still public, but this one now is opening it as a sign URL for me to be able to see because I'm authenticating it as my own IAM. Am I getting it right? I don't know. Do you understand? So that's why I can see. So everything is in our
IAM or IAM. No.
Whatever. IAM is IAM. So now let's go to our Git and see what you just pushed. I don't know why my machine is kind of messing up. Oh, okay, yeah, I've built a lot of images. So, okay. So we just occupy space. Can you see 3 commits? That's a new one. I'm waiting for it to load. Okay, so I just commit this one. No. Oh. Oh, okay. So I did it inside this folder. Git add or is there anything to add? Git commits m. I hope this is going to commit anything. Okay, now it's not committing everything. Then let me push this, push you origin main. Okay, so now it's pushing everything. So let me go back to my Git and let's do the circle CI. Continuous integration and deployment. So you can see 1 minute, everything is okay. So I tried to put a documentation there, but let's just, our time is going. So now what we need to do is, so first thing I will do is I'll go to my Docker up. Where's my Docker up? I think I opened it. My Docker up. I think I opened it somewhere here. But it's okay. So now what we want to do now is I want to put my environment variable. inside my Circle CI. So what I will do is I will go here, go to account settings. Then I will come to security. So I won't use my password. I'll just generate a token. New token. Let me just say demo. I hope I've not used that. So this is the token I'm going to use. So meanwhile, let me just pause this first. Now, where are we? We want to, okay, let me go to my Circle CI. So since I've pushed to Git, let me go to project. So this will just take us 2 minutes and we are done with it. Then go and deploy our Kubernetes and then we are done. So these are projects. So let us set the project up. So we are using our main. Now, so I think this is a config.yaml file. I'm branching in, okay. It's telling us there's no config.yaml file. From which branch? Main. Okay, what's that thing? Why is it not seeing it on Git? Okay, let me just refresh. So here we have it on Git. Then we have our config.yaml here. So let me set it up. Okay, I know what happened. So let me go back to, let me just edit it here. It's not seeing it as YAML. So we prefer it to be in this format. So let me just push again to Git. Git add. It's coming. Hola. Push. Okay, so let's go back to this. Now let's set it up again. So you can see it's found on this branch. So let's set up the project. Okay. So our Circle CI build is running. This is successful. Let's look at the remaining one. This shouldn't take time. Let's try to expand it and see what is going on. It has checked out from Git. So remember when we are doing this, we don't really have, when we go back, we don't really have any error here, maybe authentication error or anything. Everything is working perfect. You can see there's no error, it's not breaking. You can see anything back. So it's telling us that the application is up and running, but might have course or anything. So, but that one is not the thing. But that's the beauty of this thing. It's built inside a Docker image. We have it inside a Docker image, so I can easily run it anywhere and I get a perfect result. But the most important thing is our application running in the monolith state, which we have actually done. So let's wait for it to go. Okay, so let's check what is happening here. So you can see it's building. So as that is building, let's go to, oh, sorry. We are going to get an error. I've forgotten. Yeah, we're definitely going to get an error. And the reason is because it will not see our environment variable. Are you still with me? Hello?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, we can hear you.
So it's going to exist now and it's going to give us an error. I forgot that we need to do that. So that's why you can see it doesn't see our environment variable. So that's the error you are seeing now. So what we need to have done is come here, add our environment variable. Sorry, I forgot that we did it there and I forgot to slot it in like this. So environment variable, add environment variable. So where's our config file? So inside our config file, we said that the environment variable should be this. That's the key. So this is the key. So but then in our Docker, so this is the pen key I generated. This is just for the demo. So then I put this as the value. So add the environment variable. So this environment variable is now added. So now let's go back to our circle and try to run it again. So that's why that fails. So I think you understand, you get the reason why it fails now. Let's go back to our build, our dashboard. So your environment variable is very important. You have to put in your environment variables. So we can just do, okay, here is it. So let's do run from start. Is it? Click on it. I think it should, let me just refresh it. Well, I think you should go with that. I don't want to click twice, so it won't be running twice. That one my husband, you can see. So that I don't want to click on it twice. So this is going. So I think then after this we'll be going to the next biggest one. It's not the biggest one. It shouldn't take time. So, but if it were to be me doing this project and we even use AWS, I will use AKS rather for my Kubernetes. I will just use one that will be faster and more easier for me, and I won't even burn my credits. And I will explain down about, we are asked to use AWS for this. So this definitely should be successful. So let's just go to the next process. So we need, but I think this has to be done. It has to be complete before we can check our Docker and pull from there. You can see it's building it on its own there. This will not take time, shouldn't. So let's look at what's the next thing to do. Let's try and see our feed. Let's try and see if this feed is working. Localhost 8080. It should work. Oh, can you see that our feed is working perfectly? Hello, are you with me?
Yes, very much with you.
So, can you see that our feed is working perfectly? And let me try and run this front end again and see if so. That's why I'm telling you that the cause error is just browser issue. Do you understand? So that's why the container has solved that issue for us. So that's why we don't really need to worry about that again. So this has solved that for us. So from here, I think it's working perfectly now. Yeah, it's working perfectly. Email, right? I think so. I'm not sure. What's our email? samson@gmail.com. Quetti. Hola. So everything is up. It's working perfectly. We don't have the cause error again. So let's try and create a new post. Let's select a picture. So can everybody see the way the cause error is being solved now? Hello, I want to know if we are with me.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we can hear you.
So like I said, it's just browser issues. So you can see that our front end and back end, everything is working. You can see our feed is working. Let me just upload this picture to it. So just a new picture. So we see that we uploaded something and our project is working perfectly. Yep. So you can see, so it's okay now. We have it. So we have all this. This one is our old one. It's loading. They are still trying to load. So can you see now that everything is working perfectly now? So what are we waiting for? We're waiting for our continuous integration. So this one is trying to load. That's why it's still slow. You can see everything is coming up. So in order to waste time, let's just not waste time. Let's just go. So our feed is complete. That's why you see it's green. So hola, then our integration is complete. Success. So if I want to, if I want to, like, I'm very proud of this project, let's do something. I will just come here, project settings.
I want to ask, how can we get the recording for this course?
Yeah, we are going to do this. We are going to send the download.
Guys, please just calm down. Let's do this now. We're going to get the recording to you and help everybody that will need help. Okay, so just let's be calm and just try and understand what's happening here. The recording will be, we'll share it with everyone. The recording will be there. And if you have problems, depending on availability, we will be available to help you through whatever errors you might be getting. So just relax, okay? Let's just walk through this. Thank you.
So guys, you know what I did now? So I just go to my sample C, I try to copy this badge pass. So whenever it's going to show on our project, so we're going to see it very soon. So when I try to upload to my Git, so where is it? Where am I? So I just put it in my README. I put the logo there. We're going to see if I will upload it back to GitHub. So voila, this is done. So since this is done, okay, let me try and do something first. Oh, if I should push to Git now, if I should push to Git, it's going to start this process again. Do you understand? Every time you push or make changes to Git, it's going to start this process. So what I will do now is I will unfollow the project. Since everything is done, so let's go and check our Docker hub and see if there's anything that's been pushed to our Docker hub. So let me try to refresh this. So Ola, can you see this is pushed 4 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago to each other one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there are 4. So let me look at this reverse process. Can you see it's version 3? Do you remember when I was doing it then on the Git, when I changed it to version 3? So it's going to differentiate from the one I have there. So can you see it's 5 minutes? So that's version 3, like 5 minutes ago, it's been pushed. So we have it there. So I just push it. So it's going to distinguish between the one I have before and the new one. So I think we are done with this. So let's just go and declare our Kubernetes and then we are done. Yep. Okay, I don't think we need this documentation any longer. So this is working. So we can close this. Then we can just come and kill this. Or should we say that? Let's just stop it. So 4 of them stopped. Can you see the end of my terminal, right?
That's it.
I'm not sure with my backend user. Where is it cancelled? Okay, so this is not the issue now. So what do we want to do now? Okay, I said we want to push to Git, right? Let me just push it to Git. So voila, let's check our Git. Voila, can you see? It's here fast. So if you click on it, you are going to see the circle. It's going to take you to the circle CI build. So you can see all the build there. Do you get? So that's just by the way. So now we want to go and deploy our cluster. So now when we want to deploy our cluster, so I will kind of be fast with this. So when our cluster is being deployed, I will explain just like I did earlier. So we need a deployment file. After we create a deployment file, that's what we're going to deploy it to it's going to deploy our node and create a replicate. We have to create a YAML file. Then after that, then we need a config file, we need a secret file. Everything is in it. So in order to do that, I want us to create it first before we run. Okay, let's do this. Let's create our cluster. So while it is running, we'll be creating those files. I think that will save time, right? So we are even in the last stage. So I think we are done with this page. Let's just do that. So now, sorry, I might do something so funny here. Don't mind me, but just follow along. So let me check. So let me explain what I did here. So instead of me writing kubectl every time, kubectl version short, or what is it called? kubectl version should give me the version. Oh, sorry, what is it? Okay, sorry. kubectl version short. So it's giving me this version. I will be using kubectl command all the time now, but I don't want to be typing kubectl again. It's so boring to me. So I just do an alias. I just say, okay, alias k equals to. So I say k should be equal to kubectl because I've done it before. So if I want to run this thing I did now, just do k version short. This is bring me the version. So I won't be using kubectl every time. That is kind of boring. Do you understand?
System admin, sir.
So now I've known that I have kubectl, I have the version. So I won't go to my console and deploy. It's boring. I'll be adding permission and adding permission. It's extremely boring. I wouldn't recommend you do it. So everything you want to do it in your CLI. So we are going to use this command. I think there's a command here. So we are going to use the CLI command. Okay, let me just copy this because it's long. I don't try it at all. Okay, so I already have this. I already have EKSCTL. So now let me copy this. So now I will use US region 2. I will explain the reason why I'm using this now. So let's create the name. What name should we give to it? Microservice. So we want to create my Kubernetes cluster, and I say EKS create cluster. The name is Microservice region US2 region. I want minimum of 2 nodes and maximum of 3 nodes. So why this is creating? So now I will explain why I'm using this. I didn't use region 1. The reason is with region 1 is like the region subnet E as I think is E as issue. So when you deploy, you always have error with the subnet E. I think it's E because the subnet is actually showing us about the availability zone. So when you use the US1 region, you're going to have encounter an error, and sometimes you might not encounter an error. So I think it's US1, so my encounter an error with that subnet. So that's why it's always said don't use US1E. I mean US1, sorry, I'm getting old. So now, as our cluster is being created now, so now we want to create our deployment. So now let's go back here. I'll be using I like using my command line, don't mind me. For those that are not used to command line. So now I want to create a deployment file. Let me use the same name that is here so I won't be mixing it up because it's for everybody here. So let me just, this is where we have orchestration. So first of all, we have to create, before we get to this config, where is the deployment file? We didn't mention it here. Okay, we have to create a deployment for both our front end and our back end. So this is the code apply this, this deployment dot so this. So don't let this thing give you an headache. We are going to create it from scratch here now. Now what we're going to do now is just go to Kubernetes documentation. Look at deployment. So when you get to deployment, go to deployment. So this is the deployment. So we are going to use this deployment. This is replica of 2. So let's go and check what is the name that is given to it. What's the name you take it to? So we just use the same name. Backend feed deployment. Let me just copy this like this. So now let's make a directory. So we'll just put our deployment in one directory like that. So make a directory, let's call it deployment, right? So after calling deployment, let us cd into our deployments. So we are now inside our deployments. So now let's create a folder, a file called do I copy it? Do I copy it? I don't think I copied it. Oh, where are we doing this? Okay. So let's create this. Now we can come and go back to our documentation here. Oh, damn, do I delete it? Okay. So let's just copy this. This is a sample for deployments. Then go back to our VS Code, put it in our text editor. Let me just open it in a wider place so I'll be able to explain. So inside our deployment, inside our deployment, let me open this. So now, 3 things is very important in our YAML file. 4 things. The first one is API version, the kind, the metadata, and the spec. Those are the most important things there. We still get here. Don't let me go ahead of myself.
I have a question. Is it a must to put the name as Nginx before deployment? Can't you just put the
No, I just copy. We are going to edit it to what we want.
Okay.
Do you understand? So this is our backend feed. So we just change the name to backend feed. We copy a sample from the documentation. So we want to. So label, might give you any label is not necessary. We don't think we need the label. And we are going to remove it also in the replicate. Okay. What do I do now? Okay. Everything that is inside the metadata must be inside these two. So I will the label. So now we want to create this metadata, this is the backend feed. Then this is spec. We want the 3 replicates. Let's just change it to 2 replicates. So we want replica of 2. Do you understand? Then selector. This match label. So since we are not using label, then we have to remove this match label. We have to remove this match label. So now this template is just like we bring everything that is inside all our metadata. All our inside this place, you copy everything and put it here. So this is the container, this is common. This is the backend feed. Then this is the image we are building for. So from the image, we are booking from our Docker hub. What's the name of the image again? Diagram API, is it feed?
There's API feed, there's API user.
Oh, but now remember we are using version 3. Okay, this is this feed. Okay, this is feed. So this is where we want to bring it from because I have different version inside of it. But there is one I've written initially. So let me just copy that and paste it there, and then I will explain. But it's the same thing as this. I just want to show you how you go into your documentation and get everything you need from it instead of if you don't understand why we are writing this code. So this is for deployment. We want to create a deployment. I think I have it in my. Let me just go and check inside my GitHub and just get the file. So we won't really use much time. Okay, I think I will have it here. This is for feed. Okay, let me just copy this. So I think time is, I don't want it to be longer, so I'll just explain it. So I didn't know I'm writing port. I won't use app s/v1. I will use v1. So you see everything in the documentation. So I want to use, like Yoruba will say, happy sorry, in my local language in Nigeria, Yoruba language, we say happy like use one stone to kill two birds. So instead of me creating deployment and service file differently, it is just better I create the two together in one folder. So this is APS service feed. So let me copy that one too and put it under. So it just creates everything together for me. So I won't be wasting my deployment. So can you see the first one is showing deployment, there's the kind. Then the second one is showing what? Service, that's the kind. You note this. Why doing this? So we have done this. So we want to do we are still inside our deployment, right? This is for our, so now one thing that is here, we have to do for our V3. Remember, we are taking this from our version 3. Yeah, so we are doing from version 3. So we have to take it from our version 3. So we don't do this mistake. So this is our YAML file. So I want to try and see something. Oh, sorry, I quickly mute. I need to quickly do something. Okay, so now we have done for our feed. Let me check our cluster. Is it still running? Yeah, it's still running. So before it's finished running, we should have done with this. So let's do the same thing for our user. I hope you are all still following me.
Yes, we're with you.
Let me do this same thing for my user. So for user 2, let me just go back here and copy it, but I'll try and explain this for my user. We're gonna make the deployment this user, okay. Oh. So let me put it in a test editor. Control C. Okay, this is user, right? So let me come here and put it in version 3. So let me do the same thing for the next one is front end, right? Front end dot YAML. I hope I got the, okay, doesn't matter anyway. So this is front end dot YAML. So let me go here and copy my front end to, oh, sorry, I'm not done with that. This is only my deployment for my this. So I hope you are following me.
Yep.
So let me do the service. I just did the deployment. I've not done the service, backend user service. I don't want to have several folder like I did in my own. That's disgusting. So I just want to put everything together in one place. So as you can see, this is kind. So I think I'm done with the backend and front end. Yeah. Oh, sorry. user and sheet. Let me close this. I don't need this again. So we are now in front end, right? Front end deployment. Okay. Let me just copy this. So go back to my front end. Then Ctrl+C. So let me just open it here and edit. So V3. So let me go and copy my service again. Okay. So front end service. Okay. So it's here. So I need to do for reverse person. So let me go back here again and copy for reverse person. No. This is deployment. So let me do this. Okay, let me put it in the test editor. Ctrl+C this. So let me try to open it here. Oh, that's not an issue. I didn't. Let me rename. Okay, I didn't make it .yaml file. So these two will be in version V3. So let me come back here and copy the service to. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is done. We have done all the deployment file is here already. So the issue is, okay, they should have the same replica and everything. Okay, so that is done. So now the next thing we will do is our config file. You can see that I don't have my config file here, my secret file. So the reason is because I hide it. I hide it from Git. That's why you couldn't see it. So, but then let's see how I'm going to create it. You don't need to create it from Git. So just come here. Just come to config. Config map. So this is how your config map looks. Then let's use this. So this is what we need. Meta then the data. Can you see this config map? Okay. So this is what I will do. So I have it. Do I put it down somewhere? Okay, let me check for secret too. So this is how you use your documentation. So I'm coming in a minute. Okay. So now the reason why I put version 3 in it because when I push to my Docker, I explain it. I build it like I push it to be version 3. remember when I build into my Docker hub, I make it version 3 because I have other images there before. So when I want to pull that particular image, I have to put the version. That's why I put version 3 there. So I hope you get it now. If you don't understand, we can still talk about it. So this is how my secret will look too. This is complicated. We don't need this much. Oh, so something like this is pod. So you see, this is secrets. So something like this. These are our secrets will look. So then let me just create. Let me try and see what next. So I will create a secret and config. I want to save it with the name that is there. So where's our AWS? So AWS.secret.this. So let me create this folder. So inside it, I will just come to our documentation here. Do you see that I'm not doing everything from there? But if you know what you want to do, then how to get it done will be very, very easy for you. So you come here and you copy it. Then you come here and just do Ctrl+C this. So where's my AWS secret? It's inside my deployment. So this is how it looks. So I'm now the one that I'm gonna edit it. So this username and password, I will have to what? To what's it called? A minute. So I have to go and decode it myself. So how do we do that? Just use any base. I think they did it here. Let me just try and do it here. It's going to be. I want to try and save our time. Let me even check if okay. Let me check. So I won't cut this, so you won't see my secrets. So I'll just do this. So I'll just do the base. So this is what I will do. So this is my AWS credentials rather. So now I've done AWS credentials. So if I want to encode my username and my password, let me remember how I'm going to do it. I think it's just going to be okay. Okay, so let's just go to this site and do it. There is a command line. I've forgotten that command. So, okay, what am I encoding here now? I think this one is for I'm trying to remember. Okay, let me just go to the one I add one because I had this from my environment variable. So I don't have it stored here. Let me just go and see it from my. Okay, just a minute. I know we are going to encode our username and password for our Postgres and the likes. Okay. Okay, I think we are right with what we are doing. I think we are right with this. So what we are doing here is these are kind secrets. Then our metadata is our secrets. Type is opaque. So what is the data that we are putting there? So for AWS secrets, we are using credentials. So let me just copy everything here. Okay. Okay. Let me share the remaining ones. So this is my credentials. Okay, that's for my AWS secrets. Okay. Let me do the remaining one before. So once our node is being deployed, then we are done with the project. Just a moment. Oh, do I know have it here? Okay. I'm trying to reference my own because it's not on my Git. It's not always advisable to put your environment variable on Git. Okay, I think I can't. Okay, let's just. I can't even see it, but that's not an issue. We should be able to fix something. So now our environment variable is fixed. That's our AWS secret. So the next thing we do is let's do for our other one. So this one also is for our Postgres. So what name should we call this? What's the name? I'm trying to remember the name. So we have used this AWS secrets. Let's just call it post or anything, post secret. So that's for our Postgres. So I can copy everything in my AWS. Oh, what did I do? Okay, I will edit it later. So I can copy everything here. Now let me go to the documentation. That will be more easier for me to copy. The documentation. Okay. So let me do it here. What's wrong with this? Okay. Okay, so this is it. So now I have to go and encode my that one is not necessary. Let me just go here. I hope you are all still following me. Sorry. It looks as if I'm doing it all alone here.
We're with you. We're with you.
We're with you.
Okay, are you getting what I'm doing, or it's still looking like a magic?
Yes, we are getting.
Exactly. This is the point where I got issues. So seriously looking.
Okay, I think it's still the same thing. So I use the same thing for my username and password, so I'm still going to get the same thing. So I should get the same thing. So you just set your secrets. So I think that is done. So the next thing is we do our config map. What's the name that we use to save that? So what's the name? Okay, this env dot just save it anyhow. So I just save it with this. Do you get? So I will try and edit it. So if people want to reference it, so you won't be confused. Oh, okay. So I think, okay, just give me a minute. Let me try and check. Okay, so we are done with this. Let me go to their documentation again and let's get a config. Just a moment. I think by this, in a few minutes, we'll be done once we are able to download this our file. I want to check. Okay, so the env. Okay, I think the env is. Let me go back to it. This one I did here. Let me change it to the real name so you won't be confused if you are repressing it. They call it env, right? Can someone confirm that? Env secret.
Yes, it's called env, environmental variables. Yeah.
So let's name this one. Let's name this env. Then let's make it env secret. So I think with this, it's so now this now we can't just put it as username. So you have to change it to what username. That's our Postgres username. And the other one is what? Postgres password. Okay, is it? I'm trying to check from here to where Postgres, I think it's WS. Oh, is this correct? GRO, sorry. Okay, I think it's correct now. Okay, so I think this is correct now. So now let's go back to your own documentation and try to get the config. Okay. What happened? Oh, okay. Okay, we are still in. So let me go to the app. So the thing is, we can use this also. We can use this. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the type. Let me just copy this instead of going back. So I can bring it here. So where's our config.yaml? So the only thing we need to do is just to change this one to config map. Because we are doing a config map. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Do not to spell it for me. So we are doing a config map. Oh, what happened? Do I copy it twice?
Yeah, you copied it twice.
Oh, okay. So config, what should we call the name here? I think the name is config map. Okay. So you don't need for config map, we don't need the metadata. We only have the kind. We don't need type. So we only need the data. These are our real environment variable. So what I will just do is API kind data, and okay, we will need the metadata will always be there, sorry. So our metadata can always be, let me check. So yeah, you can just be anything, but we don't really need the type. It's in our password that we use type. And do you know okay, now the type I just erased now, it is opaque. It means that when something is opaque, that means it's very dark and we have encoded the password. That's why we are getting something like that. So name, let's use env config. So if you can do this, I think you are done. Then now all the data that I want to put. So what I will just do is let me just go here and copy everything. So I will just put it here. So now this config now, all the environment variable that we use, that's what we are trying to put here now. So I will still push it back inside. Let me just remove the exports. Gosh. Did I do anything? So by now our cluster should be done. So once we are done with this, we just deploy and we are done with everything. So you can see that the secret to this project is getting your monolith right. If your monolith is okay, then all these one are is the easiest. The only thing is just writing your config file and doing that. So that's the main work here. So let me just try and push it inside. Oh, why is it giving an error? That's okay. So it should be oh, okay, I know why. So it's a JSON file. So we can't write it like this, but just to okay. But it's because I tried to copy just to save our time. Okay, so everything is done. We are done with everything that we want to do. Is there any other thing that we're going to do here? Okay, I think we're done. So like I'm trying to rush. Oh, okay. I'm not done. There's some things I changed earlier. So let me just change it back. So we won't get an error. Where's config? So this was Postgres. So I use this as Postgres as initial. But you actually know why I did that. So you don't make environment variable open, but because just for demo, and this will not be available after this. So let me just do this like this. Okay, we're done. So let's go and check our cluster. All our cluster is up. So now what we're going to do now is get nodes So 2 nodes are being created for us. So you can now see that when you check this Kubernetes now. Okay, let me do something for you. Let me do something. Okay, get pods namespace kube. Let me see if this is going to work. Kube system. So when I check my kube system now, you can see that you are seeing something like AWS node 1, 2. Can you see? I need a response. I will use this to explain something.
Yes, I can see it.
So these 2 nodes are being created in my kube system. So that is master node. So this one are created, these 2 nodes are created. So these are the 2 nodes that we want to use now for this project. So they are being created. So you know that, okay, fine, these 2 nodes are there and they are running. Can you see? It's running perfectly in my kube system. So, and you can see now from here that my Kubernetes has changed to default. This is the microservices I created. Can you see? I don't know if you can see it on my screen, so let's know. Hello. Are we still there? Are we still there?
Yes.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, we have we all slept? I'm not even seeing anybody. Let me try and see if I can see people. Are you sure people are here?
Yeah, people are here, boys.
People are here.
We're here.
I've been on it for
Okay.
long, so we can't sleep.
Okay. No sleep, wake up. Collect
Yes,
your money. Okay, so you can see that we
Collect
have
your
2 nodes.
Monolith.
So now let's go and do our deployment. Let's go and do our deployment. Then after this, you are done with the project. So let's go to AWS. So everything we want to do here, I think, is done. We have seen that our node is working. So now we want to apply all this and on our deployments. Then after we apply that. So now let's apply this our stuff again. Let's apply this first as an environment variable. So I'll just copy and I hope this is the name we use now. Yeah. This will have an error. Reason is because yeah, exactly. So let's go inside our deployment folder. See inside our deployment. So let's run it again. So the secret is created. Let's do this to let's apply this to so the third one. So we have applied all our environment and everything. So now let's deploy. Let's do our deployment now. So we don't really need to do, we just do one to deploy all our services and everything. Let's just copy this command so we won't waste time. So this is Ola. Let's create this deployment. This is created, so let me change it to user. No time. So I've created this, I've changed it to user. Which other deployment do we have? What's it called? It's frontend.yaml, right? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's front end, right? Front end.yaml. Is it? Am I right?
So, but if the services were not included in the feed file, you have to still run like apply services as well.
Yeah. Can you now see it's running both deployment and service for me at the same time?
Yeah.
So I just want to save my life instead of doing it. I can even do one file for config secret and everything like that, but I want to separate it so we're able to understand very well. So this is my reverse processing. So now everything is created. So let's try to say, let's get our deployment. Let me get the full view. So everything is ready except our backend, which we just deploy. So let me do let me get my ports. Let me watch it. So let me get my pod and wait for it to do what is running. Or is it not that? Do I need to watch? Okay, so everything is running. So waiting for our reverse processing. So image pullback. So we watch it and see what's happening to it. So this is image pullback. So now what we're going to do now is this. Control C. So we can just, let's see what is happening inside this. So from there, we are going to know what's happening to our image. So, okay, logs of this. Okay, so it's waiting to start. It's waiting to start, so image cannot be pulled. So let's wait for it to, let's watch. So can you see? So our backend crashed before, but it's running again. So now let's just see. It's only our reverse processing that is doing like what we don't know. So I just copy it and see what's happening with it. So the next thing is, let's get k describe. These are pod, copy. So let's get to describe what's happening inside. So this is it. So this is the pod. So what's happening inside of it? So when it is image pullback, when is image pullback off? So what is happening there is likely going to be the memory. So what we are going to do now is, let's just go back to that deployment and delete the deployment. Okay, it's not necessary. Let's just go back to our, where is our reverse processing? And let's say, let's increase the memory. So what do you think we should increase it to? Let me check documentation here. If anybody has questions, you can deployments. So okay, let's just change it to any memory that we want. Let's just increase this from 500 before. Let's just check it to 1000. Let's change this to 500. So when that is done, so let's come back to our terminal and say group replace force F. What's the name of the YAML file? Reverse procedures YAML. So it will delete the previous one and create a new one. So let's watch our code again. You can see the others one, they crash. They are starting again. So I think our reverse process is being pulled back. What could have been the reason? But other ones, once they crash, we start again. You can see they will start again. But the only issue we have is backend is complete. All those ones are okay. So what we have is our reverse process. So this is a reverse process that's giving us the issue. Okay. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. Let me just, so this is what I will do. I will replace all this thing back. Okay, let me just stop this watch. So, okay, these are deployments. So I will just change this one from my version 3 to the original one that I have, and let's see. So let's see this. Backend this. Let's see this. So control. So let me do. So let me replace this. Then again, let me do for backend feed. So let me do for backend. What is name again? Backend feed deployment. Okay. I hope I got this. Okay. So let me do for user again. Okay, so now let me do for reverse process. Okay, so let me try and wash to get my code and see. So can you see that everything is running now? They are on their running states. Hello.
I can see it.
Are you still with me?
Yeah.
Yes, we're with you. We're with you, bro.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I will with you.
You are doing well. You are doing well. Okay,
But
so
what was the problem with the previous one?
so the way what I think happened was, you know, when I built that image, it didn't tell me that. I was thinking there is an issue with when I was building it and pushing it. Do you understand? So I think that so that's why I just changed from. That's the beauty of this thing. Like when I build initially, I have a particular version. When I push, I have a new version. If I want to push again tomorrow, I might create a new version. Do you understand? But the main one that the one that had issue was my reverse process. Remember? So when I can create a new version of it, so I can switch from this old and new version. So depending on how I build my image. Do you understand now?
It's the same problem I had. I got to this stage to reverse proxy that just kept giving me problem.
So try and do it like this. So another thing that you can do in this stage, you can pull my image from my own from my Docker hub and try and use it. So that's how you can do it. So don't let's waste time. So the next thing is I want to change the forwarding IP. We have gotten our deployment, we have got this. So let's do this. Let's expose this. So let's expose this. Okay, so okay. We want to create a load balancer. Okay. So we want to expose our front end. So what we want to do is I want to expose our front end to that port, to the load. No, we are using NGS. I mean, oh God. We are using this as our load balancer. We want to configure the NGX that we configure. We are using it as a load balancer. So we want to expose this front end to it. So that's why I say type load balancer. That's what we want to do now. So you're able to understand what we are doing. So expose deployment front end. Is that our name? Is that the name? So we name it public front end. What's that? Okay. So it has been exposed now. So we have to do the same thing too for our reverse processing. So deployment, reverse processing. Reverse processing, then the name is what's the name I want to use now? Do I remember that? Okay, so we might just give it a name, call it reverse processing. Public reverse processing. Public reverse processing. What's the name of our Deployment. Is it not reverse processing?
You are missing SE. The name is not already spelled.
Where is that?
Reverse is not spelled properly. Reverse.
Sorry.
SE.
Sorry. I think I got it. Got it. Well, now. Okay, so it has been exposed. So we have to change this. So now let's get our service. So okay, get service. So now this is our public and this is our, excuse me, this is our reverse processing. So now let's put this service now in our front end. So this is our front end in our source. So in our environment, so environment put, we are going to put the reverse processing. I hope I know what I'm saying. And in our TS, we are going to put our front end. I hope I know what I'm saying. So once, so front end, so okay, in the TS file. Okay, I think TS is reverse processing. Yeah, I think I know what I'm saying, but I don't know if I still know what I'm saying. So we put our reverse processing. Oh. Can't you just copy for us? Is it copying? Okay, so we put our reverse processing in our TS, right? You guys are not giving me the ginger out to know that you're available.
We are here. We are here.
Okay, am I doing the right thing? I put it in, is it this TS, right?
Environment TS.
That's where I put this. Okay. Now let me go into my project. I will now put this one into my.
I think maybe it still has to have the API visible.
I still have to have it at the end, right?
You might remember
Yeah. Let me try and check it, but I don't think it should be there. I don't think it should be there. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be there. Of course, definitely. Thank you. Dot feed dot. It should have feed, right? Okay, it won't have feed again. So let me just go back here and say slash API slash view slash API slash VO. Hola, then we are done. Yes, we are done. So what's the next step? So after we do this,
to test it. Yeah.
So now we want to set this. So this one, what we want to do is we want to build. You said?
Like our rebuilding the front end.
Yeah, because we have changed the front end now, so we want to rebuild it. That's what we want to do here. So let me just copy this once and do it. So this shouldn't take time. So if it take time, I'll just use that one to explain what we've done in the past that we don't understand. But so far, how is it? Are you getting along?
Yeah, I'm getting along.
Should I change? Let me change it to another version. Let me say version 7. So I'm building this, right? Building all. Let me change this to version 7. Then let me now push it. Okay. You know why this is taking time? So because it doesn't see the directory. So where am I? I'm inside my deployment file. So I'll just go back, go inside my front end, cd, what's the name of that front end? Then I will try to build it again. So now it's going to see the file and it won't take time for it to do that. So you can see the image is building. So this is building. So once this is done, it shouldn't take time. Then we do this. Then I think we just install our metrics. Okay, as this is building. So the next thing is we do this when that one is done. So the next thing we need to do. So I think this one are not. This is not. So this is the last stage. So the last thing we are going to do is getting the log. And before we can get the log, you said what?
Oh, there's something about redeploying there.
Redeploying, yeah.
The front end.
Yeah, we are still going to set the image. So when the Docker is built, so that's when we are going to do that. So, so now we want to do our log. The first thing we do is we want to apply auto scaling before we can do any log, or want to calculate any, want to do any metrics rather. Kubernetes doesn't have a inbuilt metrics, so we can use different metrics. You can use any metrics to get it. Maybe we use Prometheus, or we use metrics. Well, you could, let's just check it here now. So if you come here, it's on the documentation. Then we can know what to use to get our metrics. So it will lead us there. Metrics. So let's check if this is still building. So we won't waste time. So metrics for Kubernetes. So yeah, we are going to use horizontal scaling. Do you all know what is horizontal scaling? I'm not getting.
Yes, I think it's adding more instances. That maybe that will be more containers or pods this time around.
Okay, so when we are talking about horizontal and vertical scaling, so the difference is when you are talking about vertical scaling, it's just you are increasing the capacity of your instance. That's horizontal vertical scaling. But when you are talking about horizontal scaling, you are increasing the numbers. I'm not seeing the metrics. So you are increasing the numbers of your instances. So let me just go to my own documentation and get the metrics. So we have to install the metrics first. So this is the metrics, but let me see, this is still building. Okay, so when this is done, we do that, then do our auto scaling. So with that, okay, let's just go and do that. Let's create another terminal and install it. I don't think it should have anything to do with our building to save time. So let's copy this. So you can only see it in the documentation is because I don't want to keep us waiting and we are spending a lot of time. So let me just so it has created the metrics for us. So let's just do auto scaling on the backend feed and the front end feed because those are the ones that need auto scaling. So I just copied this for my documentation. So okay, let me try and do something now. I don't know what is showing this. Okay. Oh, come on. So I'm trying to clear so you know what I'm doing. So I'm trying to do, can you see like kubectl auto scale deployment backend feed? So I increase this is CP 70, minimum of 3, maximum of 5. I'm trying to auto scale my backend, both my user and my feed. So let me do that now. So I will put it in the documentation so you can know the command you use. So auto scaling to is approach. Let me just say describe HPA. So you can see it is unknown here, right? So it's because it's still coming up. So let me just see our our image still building. So let me get it and see. So can you see everything has been auto scaled now? This is my backend. You say 70%. It has been auto scaled. Can you see it?
You can see it.
So it has been auto scaled. So let me do something now. Okay, get bots. So you might see it will. Okay, let me watch them again. Let's wait and see. They will start again as they are. So the idea of this thing is this: when you create it in a pod, so something can happen. The pod might be destroyed. That's why you created replicate. So the pod might be destroyed. You see that everything is coming back up now. It has been destroyed, but it's coming. This one is running again, but before it is crash up. So when you created the pod in the container, well, for one reason or the other, the pod can crash. So that's why you have auto scaling. It's going to bring in what? New pod. It's going to create new pod. That's why you are seeing this thing. Whenever it crashes, because we have replica that are not also scaling, it must be two that is there. So whenever it crashes, or maybe the port was destroyed, it's going to create a new one. That's why you are seeing that it's crashing and it's creating a new one. Ideally, we don't put replica, it won't create a new one once the port crashes. So it's like you when you want to do high availability and you deploy your plot to different places. So that's let's just get the log of this one that is running. So let's get the log of this one. Control C, K logs of this. Oh, sorry, I did the wrong command. So now we didn't have any log here because nothing is running in our user. So let me check our let me control. Okay, so let's check. Okay, we get ports. Let me just check the one that's running. Okay, let's say this is running. Oh, okay. Do you know why we are not getting anything and we won't get anything? Okay, logs and what do I want to do now? You won't get anything in our logs. So do you know why? Should I explain the reason why?
Don't destroy it before you come back.
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because what we are using, I changed this YAML file. I changed this YAML file to, when I did this YAML file, I changed it from the one we deploy in which we upload version 3. Remember?
Yes.
So it's because I'm pulling another image, that's why it's not seeing any log. So let me try and pull that one back and see. Let me just use the API feed and user just to do the example of to explain this thing for us. Do you understand? So let me, this is user. Okay, let me go to feed also and go back to our version 3 that we did. So this is version 3 that we did. I will just quickly do this one. So let me now apply. Let me just go to the format. Oh, we didn't have it. Okay, nothing spoiled. So okay, replace false. What's the name? What's the name of our deployment? Backend user, right? Deployment. Did I get it? Create place for self backend deployment. YAML. So it's going to delete the previous one and create a new one. Okay, let's do it for feed too. So this is how we are going to get a log now. Okay, so to this way. So probably that is when we are building a reverse process, something happens. So but then, so let's get our pods again. Can you see everything is running now, right?
Wow.
Everything is running now. So we know I only changed the feed and the user. So let's try and get the log for this. So okay, log of this. So we still didn't get anything. Is it? Okay. 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 Like Daisy, we are not done. We are forward. So let's finish this. Let's finish this content first. You know it's from this content that will push you. So let's complete this first. That's when we're going to get the log.
Okay.
So let's try to push and set the image. So because it's one that's going to supply it with our activity. Do you get?
Okay.
Okay. Is it here? Container castration. So now we are trying to push with new version and then but this project is the most interesting one and it's the easiest one.
Easiest one. Wow.
Honestly, it's the easiest one and it's so fun because when you know what you are doing, you just be doing it. So let me now push. Oh, fuck. So why? Oh, it will require shoot. Oh, do I remember my password like this? Don't mind. But my okay, I know why it's not signing because I'm expecting to sign it automatically. I don't remember my password. I can't even remember the last time I used it. So when this come up now, it will sign in automatically. Why? What's happening? But my Docker hub is logged in. And it's running here. I don't know why it's doing like that. Why my system slow? So let's just wait for it to come up. I don't know why it's taking this time to come up. Come up, we're waiting for you. But let me try my password again. Hola, I remember. Okay, so let's try to push again. Okay, so it's pushed. So everything's ready now, right? So what next?
Deployment.
let's set this image. So if you want to pull, can go to my Docker hub and pull image if you want.
If we pull it, can we use it like that?
Yeah, it should be able to. Okay, so we are trying to get log here, right? Voila, so we now get a log. Can you see? Do we? No, we didn't. Oh, okay, we didn't. Gee, I thought. Let me clear my terminal. I've seen something else. Okay. Get pods. Is the pod still running? So let's watch it. So because it's replica, so once they are crashing, you'll be creating again. So okay, let me even get there. Let me try to see if he gets HP. Okay, it's still auto scale. Okay. Okay, so let's check which one is those ones running. Let's just check. So what is it saying now? Why is this anybody now? Did I make a mistake? I should do. Oh, sorry. Now we get the log. So can you see? Hello.
Yeah, I can see.
Hi, sir. You can
So
see.
before it was trying to not just deploy the front end, so it should take some time before it will display the log. And now we can see the log. It displays the log. So let's just okay. I can talk.
No, I thought you said that it's failing. So apparently, I think you are trying to fix it, Abby.
I think there are already ones that are running now, Abby.
Yeah, it will keep on, like when you deploy the pod, some pod can crash. It will run again because you create a replica.
So at least
it must be two. Let me do something for you now. Let's do something. You see what I'm saying now? Okay, get pods. You see these pods? You see these pods? Now let me try to delete. Let me try to, once they go, they will keep running again. At the initial everything is running. So let me try and delete. Let me delete this front end. Oh, do we have 3 replica for front end? Let me see. when we created it. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, the third one, the one we did, okay, yeah. I'm seeing, okay, this reverse processing now, let me try and delete this port. You know, we have to. Okay, so let me say, okay, delete port, this port.
So there's no replica for front end.
We have replica, this is it. So, do you get? So now, do you see what I'm trying to do? I try to delete this port for reverse processing. Can you see that it's deleted? Are you following? Hello?
I'm following.
Okay, now let me try to get the port. You know, once I've deleted it, I should not see the port here again.
Okay.
Right. So now let me try and get ports again. Can you see? It's on pending state. Why? It's trying to start again. Can you see that all these ones are coming back? They are, those ones that crashed, they are coming back up. So let's do something. Let's watch them as they run. So even if you delete two, if you delete both, it will come back. Oh, sorry. Do you understand? Because we create a replica, so it must be two. So can you see that they are all coming back? They are running. This is completed. It should keep running back. So once the pod are down, it should keep coming. It should keep coming. It will keep coming. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm following.
So do you see that this one with crash before is now running? The pod is now running. So you see other ones too. Everything we keep running. We keep running. If another pod crash, you see that this one is completed. It's crashed again. This user crashed. You see that it will start a new one. It will start pending and create it again. So that's the works of the, if people started, if the user started making requests now and the pod is down, it will even create a new pod. It's just like make it highly available. Can you see some are crashing? It started again, it's reading. Do you understand? So let's do something. Control C, let's do something funny. Okay, let me just get the full details first. So you can now see this is the node IP for each of the port. This is their IP. So if you go through this IP, you can use this one to connect to each other. So now if you want to go into this port, let me see if it's going to work. If I want to go inside this port and see what is happening there, I can just SSH into it. Let me see if this is going to work. SSH into this port. If it's not going to give me access deny, timeout. It's possible it's going to give me timeout. Yeah. Because I should be able to SSH into this. Okay. I can't go into this port. Control C. Okay, get nodes. So let me get this node IP. So this is this node IP. So now you can see that I'm using Amazon Linux 2. You can see this is the container runtime, the container I did for it. You can see to give me all the information. So let me now see that I want to SSH into this node. I might to use the external IP. Let me try this first. I think I should use this. So now this is telling me about the version of the node I display. So giving me everything. So this is going to give me a timeout. Definitely. I think I should be able to SSH into my node. Why is it I can't SSH into my node? Am I using the wrong IP? I think I should use the internal, but I think I'm not sure. I think I should use the internal. 192, yeah, I should use this. It's going to give me connection timeouts for it to do like this. Okay, let me use this and wait. So let me do this and wait, but let me just go to other things. need to do. So with this, I think we are done with everything. Is there any other thing left? Hello.
Things to go to the address and see the thing working online.
Okay, so in the address, it might not work, but let's go there and try. So the reason is because for this address to work, something must be configured for this to work. So where is the let me see the okay, it's going to be this. So for the address to work, there is a HTTP protocol. Just like okay, let me see here. Which address are we? I think is the front end. I've forgotten actually. So 108 external IP of the load balancer, which is the front end. So let me just say okay, get service. What am I doing? Okay, can you see that it's operation timeout? Doesn't allow me to SSH into it. So I'm using this IP. This is probably front end. So we're using another. So let's see if this is going to go. Well, this is not going to go. But let's try it. Because I think there's something we need to configure. But let's see. It should work. No. So this is it. And this is the reason. Let's go and check. What is the issue with it? So there is something you need to configure. It's not even so there's nothing that needs to be configured inside the project directory, the source project, that will make this work. So it's not from our own end. Let me see. So this is not from our own end. Let me try and change the no, doesn't really matter. Okay. So this is not really from our own end. Let me try this. So the same thing. So this is what it's gonna give. It's not really from our own end. So people that have even done the project and couldn't get it, they won't penalize them for it because it's something that needs to be done. Okay, let me change something here now. Okay, this side cannot be reached. Okay, yeah. So that's just it anyway. So that won't be an issue. So like I said earlier, if your monolith is working properly for this project, then just forget it. So you can see even from their own deployments, they didn't show the email, they just showed this that you can show, they didn't show what it's going to give. And they even run it, let's chance, let's do something. Let me try and do something. Copy. No. Okay, let me run this on. Yeah, I want to.
Remove the home. Remove the home first.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. So it's not even working on our account. Let's see if you can register. Nah. It won't work. So can you see? So it won't work.
Yes, but I have a question concerning this part. But the last part of the rubric talks about one of the APIs actually showing, like one of the screenshots, actually showing user action like sign up or sign in. How do you get past that?
We did that already, like sign in and upload.
Yeah.
We did that already.
I mean, the screenshot that we have to send, we have to, part of the screenshot that we have to put to our repo, like for submission.
Okay.
To show that the logs of the Kubernetes showing logs of users signing in and signing and maybe uploading either of the two.
Oh yeah. So what you're going to do is just do the one you get the pod name for your. I don't get where you get the one for user or your feed, like the one we did, or I don't know if I've answered your question, like the log we did earlier. Like this
because
log
what
now.
I saw there is quite different. It says that's kind of error I'm getting to. That is talking about cannot connect to 127.0.0 stuff like that. So
no, we are not getting any error here. This is the log. Connect this, so is initiating database. So this is the log. So this is a connection. This is not a connection error.
Okay, because it's the same thing I'm getting. I think it's kind of an error.
No, not. Just this is the log. When you are doing log, you can get. It's just like when you have log, you can even have error. Just to show that something is happening. That's the essence of log.
Okay, I get. Thank you. And another thing is after configuring the HPA, I'm getting my target to be unknown. What could be the cause?
You have not installed your mat. Do you install your matrix?
Yes, I've installed metrics. I've done the
so
metrics.
When you install the matrix and you do auto scaling on it, then you just wait for some few seconds before you get it. It should work.
Okay. Let me try it again. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hello? Are you all hearing? Can you all hear me?
Can you?
Okay, with this, I think we are done with everything. So we don't really have any, or is there anything that we have not covered and we have not done? So we are able to do this, do this, do this, do this. So there's another way I said I want to show you, right? If you want to deploy your cluster, instead of using EKS, then you can use Minikube. So not everybody has Minikube on their machine, but Minikube is, you have to install it inside a virtual machine. Let's say you have a virtual box. Then let me just open this my virtual box. And even if we have Docker container, I mean Docker desktop on your system, you can be able to use it. Okay, I think my Minikube is here. So just a minute. So this is my, you can see this Minikube is here. So once I start it, it's going to be the node I will be using to deploy my cluster. So, and even if you have Docker container, you can use it too. Like for example, now you can see from my VS Code, you can see this, my default here is Kubernetes. So let me assume I change this. I want to change it to another. So I want to change this from this to Docker desktop. So I'm now using Docker desktop. I'm out of my Kubernetes cluster. You see that is loading. So let me try and get pod. Let me try and get something. Let me do k get pods, the namespace kube system, the namespace kube system, and then write. So can you see now that I don't see anything related to AWS again? Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
So you can't see anything relating to AWS again like we did before, because now I'm using another thing to deploy my code. So this one is another nodes. No, it's not. These are another pods run inside this node that I'm using. You can see Docker desktop, this and this. So let's assume I'm using Minikube. Let me do Minikube start. So now I want to switch to Minikube now. So these two might just take a few seconds before it opens. So do any other person have any question for that? So this is already a success. So with this, you can be able to complete the project and everything.
Yeah, lastly, sorry, I'm taking you back.
Okay.
This secret of a thing, like
okay.
Yeah, the secrets. I got mixed something up. Like, how do you get after converting the AWS secret to base64? So how do you write the YAML file? Like, I can't even remember how I got it to work the last time. I was like,
honestly,
good.
I don't understand.
I didn't write it. Yeah.
I don't understand your question, honestly.
Like, how do you put it in the AWS file and then apply like before you run kubectl apply the AWS secrets?
Yeah, that's what I put here. This is it. I need to put this down. So this is secret. So I code it and I put it. This is what you're asking.
Okay. Because I couldn't wrap my head around this, so I had to use the secret through Kubernetes CLI. I have to use Kubernetes CLI to tell us to the secret directly.
No, that one is not advisable. You are using you call it the imperative way. The imperative method is not always advisable. It's better to use the declarative method, in which we did using a YAML file.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This is taking time, so let's just stop it. So I think we're all good with the project and everything.
Yes, so thank you very much.
If you have any question. Okay, so what I will just do, I will just try and push it to. I'll push everything with the environment variable. I'll push everything to Git. So if you want to reference it, you can reference it.
Okay.
So but everything will not be available after this. So there's nothing you do with the environment variable. Let me just return this. Okay, it's not necessary. Let me just remove it from Git now. So it should be able to show.
I have a question. If you, on this part that you just took out, the config map.yaml, the Postgres username, is it like the just Postgres, the user Postgres ID, not actually the username itself?
No, it's the username, not the ID.
I thought that's what you converted to base64 in the environment.secret file.
No, I use my username as Postgres, my password as Postgres. That's why. Do you get?
No.
Or what? So I'm the one that didn't get.
So the secret the environmental.secret.yaml file, that was your Postgres credential that you converted to base64 and put the token there, right?
Which one again? Let me try and go there.
The secret and environmental.secret file.
env, okay.
Yeah, env.secret.
No, it's because I use the same thing. Postgres has my username and password. That's why it's the same thing.
No, I'm not talking about the same thing, but those are like your actual username and password.
Yes, exactly.
And then in the config map, they said don't put any valuable secret, like don't put any confidential variable there. So I'm now saying in the config map, is it that your Postgres is just like the Postgres ID, but not actually your username?
No, it's your username. But the thing is, what is saying that you won't push it to Git. You won't you won't push it to Git.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So that's why I say don't make it public. Don't make it confidential. Don't push it to Git. So that's what they are trying to say. Do you get?
Yeah.
That's we will not push this env secret.yaml to Git.
Yeah, all these secrets, everything, this secret,
so
this and this.
The Postgres host would be like the normal endpoint for your Postgres.
Yeah, it would be a normal endpoint, yes.
Okay.
So, but I would push this one
bucket to endpoint.
Yeah, so I'll push this one to Git just for reference because I'm going to delete everything right now. So I think we are no more in use of it. So I'll just delete it. So
yeah,
that's the reason. So I'm putting it to Git so that if someone wants to reference it rather, you're able to reference and say, okay, this is what we use, how we do it. So that's why I'm pushing everything here to Git. Do you understand? So I think I need to stop sharing now.
Sorry about the recording so that we can go through the videos and walk through.
Yeah, sure. I will also do the recording. I hope it's still recording. I'm not sure.
It's still recording.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think I can see that. So I will stop the recording now.